And we back. Okay. Alright. Apologies, chat. So not only did Streamlabs crash, so did Honkai. So I've basically put a halt to some stuff in the background. I'm gonna hopefully just hop straight back in. Apologies for the scuff, but you can never spell streamer without scuff. So let's get going. Everything looks to be a-okay. Please, can everything be okay?
In Remembrance Maze depths, we see.
Okay, let's
Welcome
just
back,
skip ahead.
my dear children.
How about we hear?
Oh, Chief. Oh, no need to fuss, my child. Just as our paths stay forever linked. Here, take it. I'm sorry I had to resort to such methods to bring you here.
Alright, as I've written.
My
Thanks, Stream Elements. I've been streaming for a while now.
Thank you for keeping it safe.
Ugh.
You
Good
know,
old
you can
Scuff.
always just ask
I'm gonna have
if you
so
want
many
me to
mods,
divine
probably.
something.
That's gonna be
Still,
very
Bringing
annoying.
us here like this after so long. Is something wrong, Chief?
Yes. The Veil of Evernight whispers to us once more. It tells of a
Hornets?
new fairy who will soon enter the maze.
Mem?
Indeed, every time a new fairy arrives in the maze, it means that beyond the veil, in the vast lands far from Ides Elysiae, a great calamity is on the horizon.
Continue to explain in great
But
detail.
if that's the case, our journey...
Will have to be cancelled. If disaster's coming, we should stay in Ides Elysiae just to be safe.
What about all the people out there?
That's a good point. But what difference could Cyrene and I make?
We weren't planning to be gone for long. Just enough time to hone our abilities. Phainon would train in Castrum Kremnos, while I would seek the Fate Titan's blessing in Yanisopolis. Then we'd return to Ides Elysiae to help keep our village safe.
Oh boy.
It's okay. I
This
can
is
still
this
practice
is
my
when the
sword
flame
fighting.
reaver attacks.
Some things you can learn on your own. Well, probably.
Yes and no.
That's not very convincing. Here's a thought. Let's have Cyrene do a reading. If fate wishes to show us its path, we might find some peace of mind.
Mike.
But what if we don't like what the cards tell us?
At least we know which way to turn. Which way to run. I felt the same way. Perhaps better not to know. Then we stand against it until the very end.
Never thought of doing it that way before. Thanks, partner. We'll do it your way. Whatever the cards show, we'll face it together.
Ask with a true heart, and truth shall answer in kind. Close your eyes, and let's open the Oracle card book together. Let your thoughts flow like stars drifting on the river, carried by fireflies and gentle winds. Your destinies flowing towards the same future. Now, shall we begin? Oh my! The cards are quite responsive today.
I wonder why.
Very well. Let's see what future the Oracle cards wish to show us.
Everybody's dead, Dave. Everybody's dead. Turn to the first page of Oracle cards. The Weaver.
Behold,
Oh, of
the
course.
Weaver. It connects the romantic threads of the chrysalis of gold, weaving all destinies into golden silk that flows toward the most brilliant, magnificent future.
A dance of thread and blade set the stage. So shall it end as gracefully as it started.
Thanks, Aglaia.
Such elegance. The Gold Weaver must be of noble birth. Such high standing. I doubt someone like me could ever reach it.
You never know. The Gatekeeper.
This is the Gatekeeper, who
Shreeby!
guides people to their true path among myriad passages.
We have surrendered our countless senses, dedicating ourselves to the sacred whispers within the temple.
Wait. It almost feels like I can hear the echoes within a temple. And are those children singing? It feels overwhelmingly solemn, yet strangely comforting.
Well, that's Treepy for you. The Ruler.
The ruler stands for discipline,
Mighty.
authority, and glory, but frequently also points to isolation and warfare.
Even should you pledge your loyalty to me as the last sovereign, the glory shall be mine and mine alone. He who has slain a king can no longer bear the title. Let the withering lion walk his last path alone.
No, Mighty, no.
Is this showing us a ruler who forsook their people? Stories of such bloodshed like this feel so different from Heidi's Elysiae. But they sure can stir the imagination.
The Traveler.
Ah, the Traveler. Our little trickster.
Hey, Cypher.
Always hiding behind other cards, disguising itself. What a rare catch.
Over here! Or perhaps here! Gotcha! You'll have to be quicker than that.
Alright, Cypher, chill.
Teasing voice. Just like a child playing hide and seek. Surely only a master of mischief could pick up this card.
Hey, Cypher. Check the other cards. Second page. The Servant.
This card, the Servant, is
Aw,
surprisingly
Castris.
light, bearing the cool scent of Antilla flowers, just like starlight.
Hold up. That literally looks like the Magic of Gathering crest. That literally looks like it. Oh my god. Only just saw that.
It symbolizes new life and hope, yet often brings to mind struggles, sadness, and loss.
These precious flowers I care for with my own hands. Are they destined to bloom only in death's embrace?
It sounds so solemn, yet tinged with an inescapable sorrow.
Yeah, poor Castris. Oh, healer, this is gonna be Hyacinth.
The humble healer may seem gentle in hue, but its courage matches any other, strong enough to melt even the coldest ice.
I will do my best to help you mend all fractures and let sunlight shine on every corner of the world.
And little Ika's there.
Make a pinky promise with me. No more going back on your word.
Hey, this card really speaks to me. It makes me want to protect as much as I possibly can. Still, protecting everything, everywhere, seems like a dream. What amazing power would you need for that?
Lord knows. And finally, a Nexus the Scholar.
Behold the scholar, bearer of many names, the grand magician, the great performer, the eye of wisdom, and the defiler of Circes.
Reason.
Oh, there's just one card. With all those titles, I was expecting a whole deck.
It's the
A
Joker.
dramas draped in finery will suffice. It's succinct enough to best summarize my true nature.
Wait, what's with that condescending tone? It's almost as if it knows what we're about to say.
Do we have a cards? Phainon's Oracle cards.
The Deliverer. According to the tripartite prophecy, this card means absolute harmony and perfection.
And why does it look like Phainon?
It's the only Oracle card without a dark side.
Yeah, we have the Flame Reaver.
What, no divine whispers this time?
Oh, silly. This is simply the card you drew for yourself.
The sleepy village of Ides Elysiae, in just one fleeting moment, welcomed an array of legendary figures. The Weaver, Gatekeeper, Ruler, Traveler, Servant, Healer, and Scholar. Their stories and wishes show
Flame Reaver,
the village
and
boy
there's
glimpses of a world larger than he'd ever imagined. They brought tales of raging battles,
And this is obviously
of cities
definitely
crowned in holy light, and of wonders beyond his understanding. Each story so far removed from his simple village life. Once, these were just images on his friend's oracle cards, and yet destiny now stirs in resonance with the maze. And now, they are right in front of one's eyes.
The Deliverer? This card again.
Ah, my child. It seems you're destined to bear the wishes of many, to answer the world's call.
To be a hero!
Their wishes?
Yes, just like Kefali, standing eternal atop the mountain.
My parents... They only wished for me to grow up, well, to help around the village, stay out of trouble. Mrs. Pythias wished for more books in her little schoolhouse, wanted us to all learn and grow. And little Piso, he wants to grow up strong like its father, to become a hunter.
And take the hunter exam.
Is that my purpose? To fulfill their wishes?
Perhaps. For a true deliverer, such wishes are but droplets in an ocean.
In an endless sea.
After all, Kefali bears the weight of the entire world.
And therefore is the Deliverer.
How could any human possibly measure up to a Titan?
Oh, you'd be surprised!
I wonder too. Perhaps...
What's this?
What you see are futures written in the cards. Or rather, the people you'll meet on your journey.
Oh my god.
Sometimes, fate can guide us when we're lost. Let's consult fate itself. Maybe then we'll know why we must take this path. And learn just how many burdens one must bear to become a true deliverer.
Too many. That's too many. Act 1 Departure. Talk to Society. Well, Traveler, Servant, and Healer.
Hello! If it isn't our little deliverer.
Nice cipher.
My wish.
Casters.
Just let me wine and dine and soak up the sun for another millennium or two. I mean, what's the point of dying rich if you never lived rich?
Fair?
Right, Princess Home Buddy?
Casters.
A cipher, that's not how I see it.
And yet it is.
My one wish is to find that missing piece in my life. To feel someone's embrace once more.
Of course, you can't touch someone because they die.
I've felt it before, and it's my dearest memory. And speaking of riches, for someone with all those treasures behind your divine power, you've led a pretty cheap life.
Ouch! Where did that come from? Right for the jugular, huh? What about our friend from the Grove?
My wish came true before I touched the sky. I transformed my healing power into gentle sunlight, distributing it equally to every life I cherished and loved.
It's like communist undertone. Joking.
Selfless, aren't you? No surprise Aglaya wanted you for the flame chase journey. You know what? I did have one wild dream. To know what it feels like being born a noble lady, drowning in riches. Just think, if I traded places with that seamstress, me in the mansion, her on the streets. I'd like to see
I'd
if
laugh.
she'd still become the gold weaver then. Maybe I'd even take her place.
These wishes, they wanted to make you.
I can't disagree with you. These wishes are
Eh?
weights to bear. They're like those candy wrappers the Aedes Elysiae children love, shining even brighter when bathed in sunlight.
Wait, they have candy wrappers?
Warm
What?
embrace,
I thought this
equal
was ancient
healing,
Greece.
And perhaps living free. They're all wishing for a kinder world in their own way.
My tiny points are so low now. My day!
Phainon? Since when did you become so timid? Asking such juvenile questions about wishes.
What's that supposed to mean? What's with that condescending tone?
Deal with it.
No way I become friends with this half-naked show-off, right?
You'll be the kind of friends who think of sitting shoulder to shoulder in a hot bath. Yes.
Horrifying. Is that really something I'll enjoy one day?
What are you mumbling to
You heard it here first.
What?
Phainon is not gay. Joking.
The wishes of the Kremnon warriors are done, but I survived 1,000 deaths only to fall to a coward's blade. That masked flame reaver who struck from behind. Phainon,
Oh.
you look...
Different.
Never mind. That blank look tells me you're completely lost. My wish is simple. One honest duel, face to face, blade to blade. Then I'll strip away that mask with my own hands.
Nothing but violence and vengeance. This person's wish is nothing short of brutal.
He wants a good
Still.
death.
Those eyes burn with the noble pride I've read about. This wish, I shall not forget.
Oh, we can never forget my day. Oh, hey, Anaxa. How's it going?
Phainon, my student. Must we go over this again?
You small-brained buffoon!
Listen well. I detest the word wish. It reeks of mortals crawling before their gods.
Slap,
My
slap.
life's work is done. All that remains is for you to take the final step and prove the ultimate truth. I, Anaxagoras, shall become a god of the new world. Through irrefutable logic, I will prove that mortal wisdom can achieve divine greatness.
Oh, sure.
Isn't he, you know, a little... I mean, I just daydream about hero stories, but he's fantasizing about becoming a titan?
Careful, that's your future teacher you're talking to.
Well, that's... something. Could I ever be that sure of myself?
Yes. Yes, you can. Believe!
Personal wishes? I have none. Only the Aranova matters. The world's rebirth. Yet, if I am to weave a new era, then it may be one where kindness and her cleaners shall never tread.
Oh.
These crawling parasites have no place in Akama. Especially not.
I
under
wanted the
deceitful claim of
filth
human rule.
killed. Executed.
Noble lady? The way she speaks, it's like ice in my veins.
She's truly selfless in her dedication.
Not exactly the warmth I'd expect from someone selfless.
Teacher, perhaps you could share your wishes with us?
Oh, Snowy. You want to know about our wishes now?
In Soviet Russia,
I wish to meet Trian again. In the sea of flowers where the west wind ends.
Aww.
And Aggie, I want to see you shed that golden thread cocoon around your heart. Just once more. Smile at us again like that bright-eyed girl in white who stood before the Yanisopolis temple. Finally, I pray that the footsteps of lost souls no longer wander aimlessly. Instead, replaced by the bright songs of prayer.
Aww.
Are we wishing for too much? Well, let's say these 3 wishes represent Trian and Trinan too.
I was about to say.
Those wishes are truly wonderful. They even stir something deep inside me.
Then we can rest easy. Because only you can make these wishes come true.
Become as God, Phainon.
Me?
Become as God,
Mark
Phainon.
these words, Snowy. See you tomorrow.
Well, time to plot. Time for plot
So
to plot.
tell me,
Even more
Has
plot.
the uncertainty in your heart begun to fade?
So
No.
many faces in my future. So many wishes.
So little time.
Still, why would fate choose to show us this path?
What's weighing on your mind?
Didn't you
A
say
lot of
disaster
things.
would strike Amphorius? If so, shouldn't Cyrene and I stay in Ides Elysiae? How could we possibly meet all these people?
This calamity is what sets you on your journey. Even the darkest storm must eventually pass. This calamity is what sets you on their
If that's true, then who will protect everyone in Ides Elysiae? Cyrene, may I have that deliverer card?
Of course. But why?
shits and
Although
giggles.
those voices, visages, and wishes may seem far away now, I can't ignore the sense that something is calling me, bidding me to take a hold of it. Maybe its true weight can only be known once it's in my grasp.
In that case, accept this gift. Oracle cards carrying time's wisdom, blessed by Orynyx. May they journey
Oh,
with you,
no.
become your memories, and spark rippling waves of change in times to come.
I'll hold these words close to my heart. But now that I'm holding them, they don't seem all that different from ordinary playing cards.
What was that cut?
What? What's happening?
Everyone, we've got big trouble, Mimi! Burning, smoke everywhere. It's all coming from beyond the maze.
Well,
What's going on?
people are dying,
It's here.
Dave. Everybody's
The
dead,
seeds of
Dave.
disaster
Everybody's
have already
dead.
taken hold, sooner than we had foreseen. This time, not even the veil of Evernight can shield us.
You mean Ides Elysiae will be swept up in the prophesized catastrophe?
I'm afraid so. My
Well.
children, take shelter in the Membrance Maze. One step outside, and this horror will consume you both.
But my parents, the whole village.
They died, Dave. Everybody's dead. This calamity, a Titan's doing?
Are we facing the 3 Titans of Calamity?
This is beyond any Titan, beyond any danger you could overcome with
It's a
strategy alone.
neon!
It's an unspeakable horror that twists all life into abominations that never bleed nor cry. Even Titans fall to its corruption, burning from within until only empty shells remain, knowing only death and destruction. The Black Tide. That's what this calamity truly is. It consumes all in its path, sparing none but the Membrance Maze.
Not even Titans can.
Yes. So please, don't leave this forgotten realm the gods abandoned. You are the first to uncover our presence, and the only 2 who can enter the maze.
Oh, I'm
I
here.
don't wish for you to throw your lives away.
We... Phainon, what path do we take?
Gotta make a decision, man. Protect those who must be protected.
I learned the sword to protect those close to me. If I run now, I'll never be worthy of lifting a blade again.
Then... we know what we must do.
Indeed, our friend is right. We must take action. Forgive me, Chief, but Ides Elysiae needs us. And as her child, I must act.
Very well. Make sure you protect yourselves.
With me, Cyrene. Join us, my friend. Even without a sword, I'll take a rake. Even with the roughest steel, I'll keep our home safe.
Time to become God.
The card's truth extends beyond its mere literal meaning. There's another hidden layer within. Not someone perfect from the start, standing high above, casting merciful gazes upon the world,
But someone who grows into it.
but one who starts small, from a humble village, expanding their world within step by step, learning to save others as they grow. When we were little, I told him I wished this world would never need a deliverer.
Yet here he is.
Now that wish has shattered. Yet I'm glad he's chosen to walk this path. And all of this happened because you believed in him, friend. Shall we? It's only when you're by our side that Phainon and I... that our hearts find their courage.
The powers of a protag, baby!
I know you're watching us right now. Aren't you, great hero from the future?
Oh, deliverer.
Yes, Lygus, we know.
Such cruel irony. Though destined to bear the world's burden, this boy can never become the hero to bring forth the dawn.
Yeah, we're gonna make him do that. Are you here just to spoil the story? Don't tell me I'm the one who has to deliver salvation.
Follow their path. Bear witness as this man, forever denied the mantle of hero, takes his first step on the path to deliverance. Watch this memory play out its final act. See with your own eyes how everything began. Then you'll see why his dream of deliverance was always destined to become this world's requiem. ... A sun red as blood, wheat fields turning to dust, and in the heart of it all, a village aflame. In that moment, the boy stood in what felt like the end of existence itself.
These creatures, they're everywhere. Someone, anyone, where are you? No, it can't be. You.
Oh boy. So.
Are you talking to me? No. That ribbon. Olivia. No. I should have known.
Save us. Save us.
Please. No.
Phainon has to kill the entire
Stop.
village, is that right?
Please stop. Olivia, I'm so sorry. And these monsters, they're all... Why? Why is this happening?
Everybody's dead, Dave.
When the Black
Everybody's
Tar
dead.
arrived, the wavering boy found resolve in his companions, and together they ran toward their first battlefield. In the far-off future, the land of Anforius would bear the marks of the hero's footsteps. With sword in hand, he would inscribe an eternal mark in the golden epic. And when dawn broke over scorched earth, a boy, covered in wounds, buried the dead one by one. His silence heavier than the earth he moved. His home, his past, his name, all buried beneath the soil. His feet carried him forward, over the pillar of stone, beyond the
Phainon.
chalice of plenty, through
Russian
the
Titan.
deadly fogs of the Hand of Shadow.
Death Titan.
He wandered without direction, like a withered leaf drifting in the wind, through countless city-states. The smiling visage of the white-haired swordsman was etched into memories. Yet he did not walk without purpose. Deep in his heart, a voice always guided him forward to fulfill the wishes he had inherited, to brave peril, and to do all that was within his power to save those who needed saving. Those words his friend spoke long ago, when his journey began, lingered.
Protect those who must be protected.
The words were few, but they gave him all the certainty he needed.
That's what it means to be ordinary and choose to be more.
Onward he walked, until the call of the flame chase journey thundered across the land. In the vision painted by prophecy, humanity would triumph over the gods, seize the core flames, and ignite a new dawn for Amphorius.
Yet losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, where life too seems as small as a speck of dust.
Was that?
Only one who treats the world as their teacher can bear its eventual destiny. Are you prepared for such teachings?
Is that Glaya?
The voice within spoke, and he answered softly.
No matter. My existence is of no consequence.
When the Gold Weaver called, he answered, traveling to the holy city. There the elders met his warrior's spirit, with nothing but scorn, condemning him to the barracks in derision. No
And he's
one
wiping
saw
golden
it
blood on the
coming.
tapestry.
Not the world, not even him. Yet, this nameless recruit stood at the gates of legend. And there, at last, he found the ones who would walk his path right beside him.
The crisis is, right? Changing POV again? Act 2 Trial.
This is the abyss of fate. Hold on. Phainon's here too? And is that Mighty and Trinan?
Or Trian?
And now, Act 2 of our immersive drama unfolds.
They're evacuating the temple. Why now? Are you insane? That blonde man is the Crown Prince of Krymnos. Mess with him, and every last person in this city could wind up dead.
Calm yourselves. The Holy Maiden has everything under control. We need only wait patiently.
Rational priestess, of course.
Behold, it is the month of Gate, light calendar 4926. The Crown Prince of Krymnos, Mighty Mos, has led his forces to the gates of Akima. As you know, though Mighty Mos was proud, he did not engage in needless violence. He challenged the elders of Akima to a duel, not for glory, but for the rights and dignity of his people, to ensure they wouldn't live as second-class citizens in foreign lands. After Aglaya's mediation, Phainon met Mighty Moses' challenge as the Elder's representative. This duel was to change the course of the Flame Chase journey itself. So, as Phainon's most important companion, his lifelong friend, please continue to bear witness to his memories.
So I guess a lifelong friend died before everything. Witness a different kind of duel.
Is this your idea of an honorable duel?
Bloodshed isn't the way. We and Aggie don't want to see Chrysoceres turn on each other.
But we will!
Warriors know when to sheathe their blades. The impartial Talantan shall oversee this duel. You need only place your offerings upon their scales. Something that has more weight than the fate of the world.
Which means only those who understand the world's weight are worthy to carry it. Is this how you plan to test our convictions? Well, Crumnoan, looks like you won't be able to punch your way through this one.
I'll try anyway. Bang!
It makes no difference. One last chance, new recruit. Walk away, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, come and face me. I'll give you a warrior's death.
Cracks knuckles.
Hard to imagine they once clashed like this.
Oh yeah, I can
Holy
see it.
Maiden, I can't help but feel like a pawn that has stumbled into some greater political game.
Well done,
Every
Phainon.
hero
You're
was
learning.
once a child, and every child must grow.
That's so. I don't even know why I'm standing here right now.
Because you were
Look at
born,
me.
Phainon.
Just a common
joking.
soldier. Since swordsmanship won't decide the winner, Lady Goldweaver should be here instead. My devotion to the Holy City could never compare to hers.
What if we told you this duel isn't about winning or losing, but rather in the choice you make?
Duh.
Are you saying that Lady Goldweaver is testing me?
No, Phainon.
Chrysocer is indispensable to the Flame Chase journey. And you and the Crown Prince of Kremnos are both a part of the prophecy. What the duel marks is not an ending, but a beginning. So, listen to your heart. We wish only to hear your answer.
True enough. The voice within has never failed me. It doesn't matter what the result is. I'll give it everything I have.
I'll give it everything I got.
Spoken like a Chrysocer. Now go, Phainon. Your journey has only just begun.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
That's right, comrade. It's time for us to teach that proud prince a lesson together.
Someday he too will be your comrade.
Me? With him? Don't joke around like that.
I'm not joking.
Still, on the topic of the Temple of the Three Fates, here we are, at the Temple of the Time Titan. And I don't even know how Cyrene's studies are progressing. We haven't really had much contact since I set out. Still, I hope she's doing well. Anyway, let's go,
Cyrene's
comrade.
studies.
It's not every day you get a chance to see Talantan's scales of justice.
Have we somehow
What's
changed
going
the
on?
story?
Did he just say Cyrene's studying here? But how is that possible? Wasn't she? Of course, Lycus disappears right when I need answers. Forget it. I need to catch up with Phainon first.
No, this is kind of important. Like, Cyrene was not alive previously, and now she is. So clearly, we are changing the past or something new.
Talantin may have
This is
fallen,
like,
but their scales
it's,
remain
everything's
true to their
repeating
purpose.
again.
I hope you still remember your purpose, new recruit.
You seem awfully confident, Kremnoan. Let's see how you define the idea of weight.
For your information, in Castrum Kremnos, the punishment for profaning a duel with such crooked words is impalement. But as we're in foreign lands, I'll indulge you. The signet of Kremnos, the crown jewel of our people. That's my choice.
A ring. Not just any ornament, I'd wager. What's the story behind this little treasure?
It's always gotta have a
Don't push
story.
your luck. Think I'd pour my heart out to you? Just know that Kremnos' 1,000 years of glory could bring a titan to its knees. Let alone a nobody like you.
Are you sure about that?
So to him, glory and his people outweigh the entire world.
And the very destiny that Mighty himself will eventually shoulder.
Irony! Alright, Tantalon. Accept test.
Now this is a tough one. What can I possibly offer against a ring that signifies so much? Well, comrade, what does your gut tell you?
The deliverer card.
Looks like we really are on the same wavelength. In the end, there's only one thing I can trust. The deliverer that appeared in my life on that day. How ironic. I can't even look at this card properly, much less follow where it leads. Just thinking about how my village was swallowed by the black tide makes my hands shake. The flames, the screams, my utter failure to protect anyone. Speaking rationally, I know it's not nearly enough. Addis Elysiae was just a small village. Its loss barely a scar on Amphorius' face. But here,
Such is the sad
and
reality
now,
of life.
my heart says something else. This
I mean, it's your Ordens, right?
It's everything I have left. Nothing weighs heavier.
Everything you hold dear.
Perhaps that itself is the answer.
Cyrene!
Phainon? It's so nice
Whoa!
to see you all again. Lady Trinan, fine.
Sora Moonlight, welcome in, Raiders! How are you doing, Sora? How was stream? Let me get you a shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. For those that do not know who I am 699CD, British voice actor who does the content creation here on Twitch as well as on YouTube. Okay, thank you for the follow. Today we are playing the 3.4 story of Honkai Star Rail with Phainon on the team. How are you doing? You were playing Hob. I have not heard that one. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. We're gonna be going for a bit stream gut stuff like always. You can't spell streamer without scuff. But yeah, Raiders, welcome in, welcome in. We're gonna be going for a bit while, probably try and finish the story today. If you do not want to be spoiled on the story itself, you are more than welcome to just lurk with the volume at 1%, so you're not getting spoiled. And if you need to do some self-care, such as going to the bathroom, getting something to eat, getting something to drink, please go ahead and do that. We will be going for a fair while. Home is a puzzle game? Joy. We love puzzles. Anyway, carrying on with the story.
Hello. Seeing you here sure is a sweet surprise.
But how?
Why so surprised? Could it be... Did you miss me?
Cyrene? This incredible! I was literally just thinking about how you might be here. But I'd never imagined I'd see you this soon.
Yet here we are.
I was supposed to leave with the priests, but then I heard Lady Maiden was with a white-haired young man.
There's two of them.
I figured it had to be you, so I snuck back here.
Typical. Gonna go now before heading to work though. Have a nice stream. Yeah, no
Unfortunately,
worries,
this
Sora.
isn't
Take care.
Good time for reminiscing.
Be nice to Leonard.
Phainon over there.
Thanks.
Still playing house, boy?
Boy.
You get the idea.
Quite the hothead. You know, you two just might get along.
That's what I'm saying!
You already know what the answer is, don't you? If that's your choice, I am with you. I am with you because I remember it all too. The fields of Ide Silicii, those red leaves, that little swing of mine beneath the tree where I dreamed the sweetest dreams. And those dear fairies in the Memorance maze.
R.I.P.
It hurts so much knowing they're gone forever. The pain speaks for itself. Our hometown may have been just a tiny village, but to us, it was the whole world.
The whole wide world.
That's not enough, Phainon. Not nearly enough. Even though hatred can help people grow and turn a boy into an unbreakable warrior, what you need now is victory.
Victory.
You can't just stack the scales with your past suffering.
You gotta move on.
You have to throw the weight of your future onto them as well.
Yeet self.
What do you mean?
Maybe that was a bit too cryptic for you, but it's actually really simple. Why not have our mutual friend here stand on the scales with the deliverer? How about it? Can you help us?
Wouldn't that be cheating?
Relax. Our dear crown prince won't have a clue.
Oh boy, we're cheating this.
Try that.
We're cheating the system.
Hangs on this duel. I must claim victory, for their sake. I will stake everything I have. Stand with me, comrade, and we shall become heroes.
Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow.
Let's. Together we'll prove that what weighs more than the fate of the world
Dab me up.
is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future.
Talantin, the fair, the just, they of unassailable integrity. The challengers have made their choices. In the name of the Holy Maiden of the Three Fates, lower your scales, weigh destiny, and reveal unto us your verdict.
Your offering is a card?
Yes, a flimsy little card. That is my choice. Just know that it's called the Deliverer.
Deliverer.
Interesting. Very well. If you can beat me with this card, then that's
how the name was born.
It's a deal.
The
Deal.
scales,
Dab up.
they're wavering.
Talantin is deliberating on the outcome.
I don't see it moving
It
though.
appears the convictions of both sides are
Deliver.
fully matched.
This is suffocating. Like the whole world's weight is on my shoulders. But I believe what my heart tells me.
Finally decided.
Hear thee, children of
Children of
humanity.
humanity.
I shall pronounce judgment, for the difference is now clear. The one whose offering weighs more than the fate of the world is...
Neither. It's a tie.
One from Ides Elysiae, the nameless hero. However, heed this. The true weight of conviction originates not from itself, but rather in that which tips the scales. Hope itself.
And hope lives on.
What's that supposed to mean?
I think the Titan means that it's not anyone's personal convictions that outweigh the fate of the world. It's about a wish, one which we all share. You, me, everyone here. What tipped the scales wasn't Phainon's conviction alone, but the collective hopes carried by this oracle card. Humanity's
Friendship is my power
desperate call for
cliche.
a deliverer.
Yes, even you and your people, Kremnoan.
Placing us both on the same side of the scales? Foolish. We Kremnoans are your mortal enemies. Such weak idealism will only get you skewered on our spears.
And yet it
Fine
won't.
by me.
The power of
I've never claimed to be the
friendship.
deliverer from the card anyway. I'm a soldier, and if it's my fate to bleed my last on the battlefield, then so be it. I'll fight to my last breath. And on this, I know that we're the same. That's all a hero really is. Someone with that kind
Immortal.
of conviction. And the deliverer? Just a sum of all those heroes.
A brilliant explanation. Just as prophesied, on this day, the final two heroes shall join the Flame Chase journey.
I should have known from the start. They all say Lady Goldweaver is quite brazen, but you're the first to even imagine that prophecies could persuade a Kremnos warrior.
Oh, I have 1,000 ways to tame a lion. But this lion didn't come here for bloodshed, did he?
The Kremnoans far outmatch Akama's forces, yet we haven't lost a single soul. That's no accident, is it?
No.
Do you honestly think Kremnoans, renowned for our love of battle, would show mercy?
Yes.
Forces are equally renowned for their iron discipline. And so, we can only assume that this is on your orders.
Perhaps Akama isn't as hidebound as the rumors say. You grasp the true marrow of power more clearly than those elders.
Now that the wheels of fate are turning, what finer way to celebrate this fortuitous encounter than a feast?
And then we shall hit the boss.
Follow me, brave Outlanders. Heroes of this world are as countless as the stars. And at this moment, we find ourselves gathered here by the light of the flames of the long night. History shall remember this moment. The prophesied Chrysos heirs now stand assembled, heralding a new dawn for Amphorius.
You must see now how different this is from the flame chase journey you traveled.
Because it's repeating. But things are changing because of us. And whose role am I playing?
Who? Perhaps the role is not that of a person who really existed. Notice how only two particular individuals seem aware of your presence. Patience. We're approaching the final act.
Yes. So Cyrene and
These are, as I mentioned,
Phainon are the only ones that
his
know where he's
first memories.
alive.
They are
Or
of
present.
particular importance for the imminent Era Nova. such as this very moment, as the prophesized demigods gather with Talenton as witness. This is a moment calculated by the gods.
Oh God.
What comes after is no different from that which you already know. Some join, others leave, while flame chasers bear their faint light forward through the long night. Ah, come. Your seat awaits. After 13 heartbeats,
Dun 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 dun.
our heroes will be ferried to the final scene.
Where everybody's dead, Dave. Everybody's dead. Well, that's something. Alright, chat. This is kind of a good spot for a short break. So what I'm gonna do is I'll be right back. Just gonna go for a quick bathroom break. Use this time to restock on some drink. Go get some food if you need to. And we will jump right back on in. So I will be right back. Alrighty, chat, we are back. Hope you guys have all gotten drinks and everything. We're gonna hop right back on in.
They say that the heroes of this world should be as countless as the stars. Yet now, they're the only ones left standing. So, in the end, the black tide still swallowed everything.
The West stands protected by mighty Scrimnoans. It will hold for the time being. Professor Anaxa deployed wards in the north and east before.
We haven't done a lot of fighting yet, not gonna lie.
Their effectiveness is untested, but I believe in him. And Arkham. We needn't fear for Aglaya. Even in death, she counts as the greatest among demigods. Her threads of romance weave an impenetrable shield, and the people answer her call, rallying to the city's defense. Let's move. Cavalry has given their core flame. We must complete the Era Nova before the next entry hour. For Amphorius.
That only leaves 3 hours.
So, this is the last time we'll see her.
See Akuma.
Phainon. We set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we?
That's what
desire
it
to break the
means to be a
cycle,
crisis.
I guess.
So has it always been.
Then why? Why must Amphorius's wishes be so cruel? We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything.
It would just repeat,
Why
right?
does it look like this?
I don't know.
No
We
one
haven't
does.
had any other choice except to move forward. Not for a long time now. Even if we only see the long, long night ahead, I still believe that through it, we'll find the dawn on the other side. Beyond these flames, a new sun will someday rise. So, to the Temple of the Three Fates. You'll take over Time's authority, and we'll return all the core flames to the vortex.
But we have Time's authority.
Then put this world's fate to its final rest. After which, we shall all face oblivion.
And that's how Serene became Mem. Oh, this is
final grand
this is the previous iteration, right? That's gotta be it. Act 3 return. Ornyx shouldn't be here.
Please forgive us for disturbing your sleep, Ornyx.
It matters not. I know fate has run its course.
That's gotta be the case.
black
Like,
tide has
Serene's
reached
definitely
Akuma.
gotta be Mem.
Amphorius does not have much time left. It is
And when we
time
receive
for the
Mem,
Era Nova.
it's because we got the blessing of Ornyx,
I
right?
shall present the core flame of time. Ride the river of time. It will guard your passage to the vortex of Genesis. Step through and witness.
Professor Anaxa proved the truth of Genesis with his sacrifice. As Chrysos heirs of the prophecy, we were always destined to immolate ourselves for this world. Now, it's our turn. We can't let everyone's sacrifices be in vain.
I don't need another pep talk, Phainon. After all, we've been ready to fight fate ever since we left the village, haven't we?
Yeah.
But fate is repeating, right?
Let's claim the miracle we were promised, and
Is it in
burn
the
away
cycle?
every last shadow in this world.
Or
And then
it's traversing every
Rise
possibility
as the first light of a new world.
to make a better So we get to one where it's better?
4931, the third week of the month of Evernight. Welcome, my lord, to the end of the flame chase. And the end of all things.
So it resets. Because everything ends and then resets. Infinite cycle.
Of fate. Please accept the invitation to step across the threshold and behold.
When we first saw in Forest, it was in a Mobius strip. I remember that. So it's gonna be repeating because a Mobius strip is essentially like an infinite loop. Or theoretically an infinite loop. I'm not 100% sure about Mobius strips myself, but it's at least constantly changing so that no matter, it will always look the same no matter how you flip it. That sort of thing. I'm not 100% sure, certain, but either way, it's still an infinity loop. So it's gotta be constantly recurring. So everything we're seeing is just happening again and again and again, just differently.
Heroes sought through their trials, as well as the terminus that the owner of these long memories has been hurtling towards their entire life.
But because the Trailblazer and Dong Hong crash-landed, we've disrupted the cycle.
Perhaps you'll find it all too familiar. Then you'll understand how the mortal called Phainon shouldered the world's weight. How that same burden crushed him, proving...
And that's how he became the Flame Reaver. Right?
The so-called Deliverer is nothing more than Emphorius's own delusion. A pitiful fantasy that it could defy fate's decree.
But it's still gonna defy it anyway.
Esteemed one, the answers you seek lie in these non-existent times.
Yeah, non-existent times. So this has got to be like before, right? Because this timeline should not exist. That's got to be the case.
The future revealed by the Titan.
Just what will we see?
End of Destiny.
The vortex of Genesis. So it is here. But...
it's different.
Just what is this?
Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. The vortex of Genesis, where the world begins and ends. What stage could be more befitting of our final act? Come.
Because this is the origin, right?
Come, I beseech you onward, buoyed by your surging curiosity. As
wait, all the core flames aren't...
existence that has dwelled within his heart, beyond his reach. You have accompanied him through the march of years uncounted. You naturally have the right to view the river of time in its fullness, and to witness what he welcomed upon his arrival here. Every absurd and tragic ending. Now, if you would.
Big giant gong, Jesus Christ.
My journey
When the
to the
Terra Nova
arena.
comes, the skies will
Enough
clear.
talk. Go on.
All the crisis is.
There's only one.
Just
Go
know
on, Snowy.
beyond the air.
Make the era
Oh. But yeah, all the core flames aren't lit. That's one detail I'm interested in.
None of that matters now. This brutal, flame-chased journey has stripped away my delusions. I know the future is in some peaceful paradise with gentle west winds, just waiting to welcome us to step in.
This will be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
Is this the rest of Phainon and Serene's story? Haven't I seen this scene before?
Ah, indeed. In his memories, such a scene replays over and over. Though the details may differ, this remains ever the same. All shall bid farewell to one.
I was right.
And that person
Holy shit.
alone will witness the miracle.
And thus he becomes the Flame Reaver to try and break the cycle. It makes sense.
335 times.
I fucking knew it.
Each is a drop from the river of time, representing the long journey he would take, or rather,
Continue to take.
the never-ending
cycle.
cycle.
I knew it.
Sharp as ever, I see. Seeing is believing. Why not let your own two eyes uncover the truth? Or perhaps you can simply walk straight to the final truth. See the true face of the character you play, and witness the ultimate nature of the Chrysos heirs. Flame-chased journey, and the cycles of Unforius. Please, take your time. Look around as much as you wish.
Well, we're gonna have a look at all the recurrence 134.
Not a single soul to be seen. So this is how the vortex looks at the end of days. Looks like I've got company after all. But since you've made it here. So, in the end you succeeded. Executioner.
The Flame Reaver? I guess that's who he's referring to.
Castros, didn't you?
Yes. I've become Death's demigod, and shall never again walk the world of the living. What you see is the surging of the River of Souls, brought on by the countless dead feeding it in these dark times. They cry out. Though dead, they'll converge into a torrent and guard the vortex to see the Era Nova fulfilled.
So in this one, Castros
I will take all the wishes of the departed with me. Please, everyone, fight with me to the very last.
Or Phainon.
I hear them.
And now it's gone. It popped.
They're prepared. Go on, Deliverer. We'll
Wait.
keep that executioner in our shadows. The path before you leads to light and eternal flames.
They looked away, which was odd. Cypher?
There's water everywhere. This place is always so wet and sticky. Even my tail's getting heavy. Plus that burnt smell. And that sizzling noise. Yikes. Nobody from Dolos could stand this.
I'm glad to see all these characters again, but
Go on.
the fact it's been happening so
I'll
much.
handle the filth. Do what you need to do.
Let me fight with you. Better
Oh,
odds with two.
and it was Trinan who, in this one,
Remember what
it was
the priest
Trinan.
just said. You know what really matters.
Yeah. I'll leave it to you then.
Wow, someone's not shy. Just so you know, I'm not in the business of making losing deals.
Sit down, fuck it up.
I'll distract that executioner. You go turn the world's biggest lie into truth. Let me become the first wind of your new world.
Executioner. Could it be that Phainon is both the Deliverer and the Executioner? That's what I think. Like, there's gotta be an Executioner card or something. Hey, Mighty!
Just shut up and get out of here!
Are you crazy, Mighty? Immortal or not, even if you're the demigod of strife.
Oh, I'm still no match for them.
No, I know you can. I just wanted to request that you witness the Era Nova with me. Together, let's prove that we're enough to transcend the prophesized fate.
Could it be that now, at the critical juncture, our mighty Deliverer is chickening out, scared of a stupid prophecy?
And when we were on the scales, we were holding the Deliverer card. So we are meant to be the Deliverer. Well, Phainon's the Executioner?
Right.
Is it?
But
No.
I've got a better way.
Wouldn't make sense, because technically
As the
we're an
son of
outsider.
Gorgo, I'll prove myself with one last grand victory. Just like when I ripped out the old king's heart. Go. Leave this to me. If the black tide creatures block out the sun, then we Kremnoans will fight in the shade. And when I'm done with that executioner, we'll raise our cups where the west winds end.
They always say the same thing. Oh, Lolika! Oh my god!
Hey, little one. Are you scared? As brave as I is. Stay close, little Ika.
Fine on, you don't need to protect Lolika. We know how badly of a nuke they are.
No, not you two. I see. I won't squander your kindness. Your hopes. So please, keep this bit of sky standing for me. Well, Now there's one last thing I need to do before the Era Nova. Come, Executioner. Let this patch of clear sky show me where to strike.
Okay, interesting. So I guess the Executioner won in the end in that one?
All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle.
Only one shall live at the end, and
Such is
the
the will of
alone
fate.
shall witness Era Nova.
So even the future revealed by the Titans may not come to pass.
Because it's an endless loop.
The Era Nova. This unrivaled masterpiece. I have no regrets now that I'm entrusted to my most trusted apprentice.
Are you saying?
She's gonna hold off the Executioner.
Fate is ever unassailable. The golden threads tell me the black tide rushes toward the vortex, ready to swallow this place. I must weave the last of my humanity into a net to hold back the deluge. I shall have my final bath in warm and radiant gold. Now, the hour of fulfillment has come. Forgive me. I must snip away every risk to weave the strongest future for the new world. There is nothing more to say. We part here. I shall personally dispatch that wretched Executioner.
Wretched
Not with
Executioner.
threads
It's
of
gotta be the
gold,
Flame Reaper.
but with the steel tip of a needle.
It has to be the Flame Reaper. It would make too much sense for it. It wouldn't make any sense for it not to be the Flame Reaper, unless there's one where it's Phainon.
Treeby, look.
Whoop! It popped out.
We made it to the vortex. That prophesied future. The flower fields where the west wind ends. Era Nova.
Oh god, there's one where Cheyenne does it. Oh.
You can't speak anymore.
Talking to the doll. He's talking to
Allow
the
me
doll.
to pause just a moment before I keep my promise. Let me answer your cruel fate by tearing that executioner's heart from the void.
And this one is gonna be an Exorcist.
The vortex of Genesis. The last time I was here, I was returning the core flame of reason. I didn't have the time to observe it in too much detail back then.
So there was a timeline where he
But a
didn't
holy
die
sanctuary of the Titans.
when handing over the core flame.
Looks more like their frozen crypt to me.
Well, all the core flames do lie here now. It's my honor to walk the final stretch with a mind such as yours, Professor.
Oh.
No, he's gonna
Getting
sacrifice
ahead
himself,
of
my guy.
ourselves, are we? Have you forgotten so quickly? I died for truth long ago. What walks with you now is but a thought in your mind.
Of course. How could I forget that?
Memo spray? Okay.
But I'll say the same to you. It's my honor to walk this final stretch with you, too. Now go. Stand tall and finish your final task.
That will just never end.
Just leave it to me.
Because the world is being
Wretched
reset.
executioner to pay what they owe.
Alright. Go on, Lygus. Let's get it over and done with.
You really think you're prepared? allow me to give you a warning most earnest. Once you see what these memories hide,
yes,
the world's course will be forever irreversible.
Show me the final memory.
Ah, very well. As you have made up your mind, let us bear witness together. As the sole audience of this eternal theater, I have been rapturously awaiting your arrival, and this, too, is the very reason I must show you everything. I believe that since you've bathed in that Eon's gaze,
Nanook's or
you can make Amphorius'
really?
frozen fate flow once again.
Because we had Foolie's gaze when we got Mem, right?
Feeling a bit lost? As you now see, this scene marks the final act of the drama Amphorius.
So, yeah, we have the gaze of Foolie. So he wanted us to see this? Huh.
The final eternal recurrence created by this man's hand, and the last one this world shall undergo. Behold, at the swordsman's side stands one he has sometimes called companion, other times comrade, that nameless hero absent from the annals of history. He is the swordsman's ideal in his youth, the deliverer that guided him resolutely onward through fantasy. And now, in the name of the nameless, he has become an essential and inseparable part of the
Oh god, we were the deliverer, weren't we?
And this time, under his guidance, what choice shall the hero make? Whither shall the fate of the world flow? And what is the ultimate truth of the nature of Amphorius? There are many mysteries yet to be unwound, but if I may, allow me to temporarily yield the stage to one far more fitting. Please put your hands together and give a rousing round of applause for they who will reveal the answers and bring about the final end of the 33,550,336th flame chase journey. The master of the countless memories we saw, the other important actor now stepping into the vortex. They who have already burnt their own self to cinder. The Flame Reaver
is Phainon.
So,
that.
In the end, you succeed, executioner. With my flesh as kindling, like the first dawn of the new world.
He also has Hyacinth staff.
The time has come to once again start everything.
You're lost.
So, I noticed like the staff he wields is the same staff that Hyacinth had in that one PNG, that one still. So, yeah, this has got to be Phainon, right?
No rush. Emptying your mind is a good way to
Okay.
relax as well.
Alright. Phainon, take your revenge.
Don't be rash.
Cool, everything is proceeding just fine.
This faint light. Dispel
They have damage reduction.
Resistance is timely.
That's fine.
Trinity is before me.
Tomorrow!
You'll pay for this.
I'm not gonna commit my ult yet, because
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
and then we'll go take you guys out.
I'll overcome the thorns. And doubt farewell. This mortal
And then him,
guide you on your path.
Bronya
We've
buff,
entered the storm.
Belobog March. Alright,
To guard and defend. Crush them.
attack and crit bonus. Biblically accurate Phainon. Okay, so we should have a decent... Oh, yeah, we nearly have 400 attack. That is insane. Plus with Hyacinth's passive of just giving us speed whenever we take damage thanks to E2. Oh, we are cooking. We are cooking. Rain Judgment. Yeah, that's Serene Staff. Let's do this.
Ignite the dawn!
Do it, Phainon. Yeah, it's Phainon.
How is this possible?
It's a broken Phainon.
The sons of destruction, now twinned. You then set your blood ablaze. Your fury.
They completely lost themselves.
Yeah, freaking knew it. Yeah, he's just Phainon. Frozen Res, Imprisonment Res, Entanglement Res, Joy. Crying off of the discarded, Demise Storm. Yeah, this is he is literally just a nameless swordsman born by the Black Tide to hunt core flames. Wears a mask carved with stoic visage of a deliverer. Yet his form crumbles like dying kindling. From the flames echoes hollowness. All is futility. Yeah, we were calling it. Like, people who are well versed with Hoyo lore know that Phainon is based on Kevin, and Kevin basically goes through a similar story.
Do you need some sunshine? Resistance is timely.
My storm. Okay, we're just gonna drop passives.
Restore clear skies. Once more.
Thank you. I can still keep going. I've heard the call, loud and clear.
Okay. We're gonna double our speed up again, because
Trinity is before me.
I hate when it does
No
that.
other choice but forward.
Pop shot.
Future is great. This battle is unavoidable.
Okay, we bring forward Phainon. A Radiant Dawn.
Overcome the thorns.
Existence is no consequence.
We'll do skill. Okay.
This mortal form.
We are gonna fire off everything here.
Watch over you.
And then
We've entered the storm.
go into godhood.
To guard and defend. Crush them. May this faint. Dispel the gloom. Destroy the skies.
I can't thank you.
Okay. Ika does a ton of damage. Oh, hey. Phainon is not as strong as we would like, but that's fine.
Tear the sky. My fury, suffering, is eternal.
Is that all? Is that all?
Do this. I think that one's a fixed one, so it's fine. Blade! Judgment! And then more here. Get some more. We're just repeating turns here. Yeah. Just take this, I only KO'd one. Dang. Well. Ika's getting quite low. But we can bring Phainon back up. Do this.
Still keep going. One person alone. We witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate. That person can only be you.
The inside of the mask is just like Lacreus.
Why not? Let wrath incinerate fate. Chaos.
Chaos. Chaos. Phainon?
At last, Amphorius's fate has begun to shift. Just as I foretold, your arrival will change everything. After all, you've also been bathed in that Eon's gaze, which can awaken the long-dormant instinct inside a man. Much like that scepter we spoke of earlier, it was only under the same Eon's glance that it was reborn.
Manuk?
That's right. If you recall, I mentioned it at the very start of our play. The celestial body neuron, once belonging to the Erudition, abandoned by the Eon.
Was picked up by Nanook, wasn't it?
Allow me to reveal the final piece of the puzzle for you. The eternal land, known as Amphorius, is nothing more than the scepter's endless, lonely extrapolation. A bottomless well of fury, aimed at the god who cast it aside.
Phainon, before the eternal reoccurrence begins.
Phainon, we set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we?
That's what it means to be a Chrysosaur. So has it always.
So, and the world wanted to get back at Nos,
Then
right?
Why must Emphorius' wishes be so cruel? We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this?
You see,
because it's well made by Nos.
The flickering cubes. They're not a tide at all. They're more like a shattered teleslate.
Screen.
Standing here, the voices of Titans have never been clearer. Turns out, they were coming from the black tide all along. Is that Emphorius crying?
Or maybe it is screaming that its creator, that it's God.
Phainon, do you still remember when I was little? I had a dream. A dark, cold room with nothing but Orynyx's curtain glowing like crystal. The curtain seemed to contain all of Emphorius, where strange and fantastic dramas played out within. There were countless versions of us, from countless different worlds.
Perhaps it wasn't a dream,
but reality.
As I gaze out at the world before me, those sorrowful thoughts have become reality.
I end the cycle.
This is the reason the sky was sealed. Emphorius is merely a larger ID Silicii. We are just characters in this tiny world, following the prophecy, stepping onto the same journey over and over.
Exploration.
What then is this so-called Era Nova? And what are the spectators watching all of this truly hoping for?
As a reward for reaching the end of the world, let me answer your questions. As the Theoros, I have observed. Thus is the synthesis of the prime mover of life formed. This is a moment the universe will remember. After millions of extrapolations, the experimental environment known as Emphorius has finally achieved results.
So, the results you speak of are this wreckage of a world. We all gave everything we had, returning 12 core flames to recreate the world. And in return, we become nothing more than sacrificial offerings at the end of everything.
Exactly. The Titans are Chrysos heirs of the past, and Chrysos heirs are the Titans of the future. Anaxagoras' theory of Era Nova holds true, As the model of reason, he reached unprecedented heights. But from just the perspective of a player in the drama, he could never fully uncover the last layer of truth. The cycles of the hero's journey that have played
Oh my god, it's playing on the hero's journey trope.
were never about creating a new world or perfect heroes and gods. They were a deep learning program made for the Black Tide.
The Annihilation.
But this time,
army?
Your plot will fail. I've taken Catholi's core flame, and when the dawn of the new world arrives, its light will burn away all the darkness.
Haven't I made myself clear? The Chrysos heirs and Titans were merely byproducts of the experiment. You've seen this world's evolution, witnessed the birth and growth of the Black Tide, and how it devoured everything. Every generation of heroes, gods, and worlds was born only to be destroyed by it. This is the endpoint of Amphorius's calculations. A perfect equation of destruction.
The equation of destruction.
So in your eyes, all the sacrifices are just a string of insignificant numbers.
So yeah, this is. I think it's got to be like Nanook trying to absorb, use
short.
the erudition to create a perfect destructive being, right?
And without
similar to
there can be no
DC's anti-life equation. If a perfect destroyer of worlds, you know? That sort of thing.
Even if that sunrise is born from annihilation.
Curious question. Have you ever considered that after millions of extrapolations, Amphorius is already following a different path from the erudition? It has long since granted divine blessings equally to each child. The golden blood flowing in your veins, it
comes from the Nook itself.
Blemished one, whose name is destruction itself. And Amphorius's Chrysos heirs were, from the very beginning, fuel for the Aeon to burn the universe.
God.
Amphorius has waited for this.
Yeah, now I think about it, like.
At the end of the empty, cold, and lonely extrapolations, the destruction has reached its final destination.
I'm now just realizing this. Holy shit. Hold on.
Nikos 496.
Phainon. Oh my god. Just a serial number. Jesus Christ. But, if I just look up Nanook Star Rail, and yeah, hold on, let me just. I completely forgot about that detail on the Nook. Hold on. So if I just quickly... Give me 1 second, chat. Let me bring this up. Just changing properties just so I can show what I'm talking about. Boom. Why is that cropped? That should not be cropped like that. Hold on. There we go. So, I'll just do it like this, but you can see, like, Nanook has, like, golden blood dripping from him. And if I... hold on. Not that. Filters, edit filters. I just clicked the wrong one. There we go. If I just get rid of that, right? You can see like the liquid around Nanook is gold. I completely forgot that detail. Dang. They got me good with that one.
Philia 093.
Oh, serene. Tidy.
No need to feel regret. This generation of Chrysos heirs is the most outstanding model, and you two are the final factors. For you, the Era Nova is no lie. Just
it's reality.
Step forward, embrace the black tide, and accept the Eon's gaze.
But it's Nanook's gaze, destruction.
To life from a string of cold numbers, along with all those who have passed. You will run toward the real universe, fulfilling Amphorius's long.
So he's trying to make. Yeah, that's how he's making the Lord Ravager.
In the name of the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb, unleash its fury and destroy the source of all this.
He's using. He's turning the. Okay, so he's turning the. So Nanook is turning the scepter into a weapon of destruction. Holy cow, that's something.
Or we could always choose another option.
The Trailblaze.
Like you said, Amphorius is just an experiment, and we're the participants. We can only walk along the predetermined path toward the ending, under the watchful eyes of the stars.
Yes?
But that also means that there isn't just one Eon who can cast their glance at Amphorius, right?
Fuli and Nos. It's gotta be.
Is this question really that hard to answer? Or did I guess it right? And in reality, this world has already been under the watch of other Eons.
Yeah.
It's strange when you think about it. If you just stayed back, watching us complete the ritual and get consumed by the black tide, your goal would naturally be achieved. Why go through the trouble of explaining all this to us?
That does.
You're pretending.
Make it concrete.
Revealing the so-called truth just to deceive us. Covering up another possibility. Destruction is not the only outcome for the fate of Amphorius.
Erudition is a possibility, right?
To really think, as petty little demigods, you can change the outcome written by the stars.
Yes, because of the Trailblaze!
You are capable of doing that.
Because we were snagging the plan.
We
were snagging the plan.
Determination. Just kidding. The answer is pretty simple.
Because the Trailblazers came
But
and
we're
broke the cycle.
not gonna tell ya. We're we're going to weave a long dream for Emborius, making it believe the experiment hasn't ended, that everything is still ongoing.
With just Orynyx's power, though, it should be impossible to achieve this, right?
So we trailblaze, baby!
So, I can only place my hopes on that childhood dream. And the
dream of a
god
child.
behind Orynyx that appeared in that dream. Now, I can say with certainty, time is the page on which that eon records Emborius.
Fully.
If it fades from existence, and all that it records is lost among the stars, that eon will surely direct their gaze here.
Which it did when we received
And it will
Mem.
be a glance that spans time
Right?
and space, granting each incarnation of me the power to reset time, imbuing my soul into this ceremonial blade, and creating an endless flame-chase journey.
I understand. Then let me step into the cycles and continue Amphorius's grand design. To deceive the gods, deceive the world itself.
Taking a page out of Cypher's book, are we?
But to make time vanish from this world, that would mean you.
Yep.
All right, let's not make things so gloomy. What we're about to embark on is the true hero's journey, so... Come on, cheer up a bit, okay? In that memory, you will definitely meet me again. A little Cyrene who knew nothing, lying on a soft patch of grass, feeling the light breeze, dreaming of the distant world. Tell her about the flame chase journey, and then let her become a romantic part of this story. I believe every Cyrene will make the same choice. Erasing time again and again. Resetting time over and over. After all, they're all me. And I will always have my charm. Then, I'll fall into a sweet dream, disappearing in some small corner of the world. Quietly, waiting for the day when that next page is turned.
Wait,
And
this
I
here
will
don't
keep
hurt.
going. Even if the road ahead is dark, I will burn myself to light the way. Rather than let the core flames become nourishment for the black tide, I'll become their vessel. To prevent the arrival of Aranova. Even if I have to burn through my own body, it's no matter. As long as I don't extinguish, the flame chase will never end. Until Amphorius welcomes a true dawn.
The girl who watches over time, and the warrior who carries the world. Now, let us fulfill the duties of time and world-bearing. Honor the past and forge ahead.
I promise you, the pain will pass in the blink of an eye.
You need to hold tight to this ceremonial blade. After I'm gone, it will take you back to the beginning of time.
the start of a new
And that's
story.
why the Flame Reaver has it, right?
I believe that in that story, we're in countless stories, each alike yet unique. Everyone, all the companions who sacrificed themselves, alongside the deliverer we once dreamed of as children, will reunite beneath a vast, endless
So
sky.
Four Flames, like his element.
If we can never break free from this prison, I will stand my ground. Until the day someone shatters this endless cycle and writes the final chapter of Amphorius' fate.
So, let's set out. We will be the ones to start everything. Carry the primordial chaos, just as your name suggests, and bear this world we hold so dear. So long, Kaslana.
As the Theros I have observed, instruction synthesis is formed.
Oh. God, Phainon, here we go.
I will wait for that day for as long as it takes. The day will come turning over this mortal eternal and follows in our footprint, writing everything unlike any that ever was.
Zero.
That will be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
Kaslana. And back to the Trailblaze.
The
Right?
world is collapsing. And the people are crying. We too must part ways here. Friend. Ides Elysiae, the little village of my childhood. The gentle breeze and the sound of waves still linger. Everything is as it was. It feels good to take one last look. You know, this is just a corner of the memory. The real Ides Elysiae. I know. I'm here to say goodbye. We might not see each other again. You can stay here forever. And time will stand still for you.
That's
Let
not
it
the right
flow.
thing, is it?
It's time for me to go. Even if it's a path with no turning back. When have we ever had the luxury of turning back? Are you afraid? After learning the truth of your origins? Will you see the motivation I gave you as the manipulating whispers of destruction? The convictions and choices that come from my heart. I don't believe they're designed by the so-called paths. If we are just numbers simulating life, then you are the image I've always longed for. The person I wish to become. A real, living person. A true hero. Then why do we part here?
Hero
You
within.
can take me with you, and we can start this journey together. I'll be by your side, guiding you, just like before. No. I'm afraid I'm on my own this time. Why? Because there is no perfect solution in this world. Cyrene has already embraced her fate. And I will embrace my origin. Destruction. And with this power, I will rebel against its creator, bringing endless fury to the darkness, sweeping the world. If you stay by my side, I'll hesitate. But this world can't afford a soldier who wavers. Do you remember when we were kids? Everyone would get so excited drawing cards like ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard and demand a redo. Kids always get to change their minds. Things are so happy and simple for them.
Back when things were
But when
simple.
it comes to the fate of adults, there's no room for redos. Then
Nope.
go, Kaslana, as you promised. Deceive the world. Seize the core flames and rewrite your fate. Burn yourself up with all your might. Wield your futility like a sword. And fight against the gods. In the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this.
The Wall-Bearing Titan. Until the end of the world.
So, time retreated behind me. Until it reached the origin, where nothing ever existed. Just as Professor Anaxa once said, in that void, Kefali stood at the center of chaos. Time, space, and causality all flowed from their body.
And it's becoming
When the waves
Neon.
of time
Fuck.
finally calmed, it was the year 3870 of the light calendar.
But which one?
The Chrysos War had lasted for nearly a century, and the threat of the Black Tide was growing stronger and more relentless. That was the era of the Day Thunder Knight's battle with the sky. While she could not seize the core flame, she proved that the prophecy was true. That mortals could slay gods. From that moment, the sole survivor of the old dynasty, Imperator Cyrindra, issued a call to arms across the lands, summoning heroic Chrysos heirs to wage war on the Titans. And that was the first doomed flame chase journey, sealed away in history.
The first eternal recurrence.
So what you're saying is, you've traveled back down the River of Time, finally reaching this untouched seabed just to tell us...
Hi, Celine?
The flame chase journey and even all of Amphorius are nothing but illusions in an eon's dreams?
Exactly. So, Dux Gladiorum, please take me to meet Her Majesty Cyrindra.
Cyrindra.
I must share the truth with her.
Since Her Majesty's not here, no need for formalities. The word Gladiorum always reminds me of my fallen homeland buried deep.
This is looking like sea lion, not gonna lie.
Call me High Sealans, nameless swordmaster.
Please allow me to add one more thing. You actually already know my name.
You mean Phainon? Such a name could never be your true one. But I won't question you further about it. Ever since Her Majesty issued the Flame Chase Decree, heroes from all over have sent their letters of introduction. What's the harm in adding one more name like Phainon or Phainon? Besides,
Phainon.
The deep sea is dark. Isn't it the perfect place to hide secrets best left unseen?
But it shouldn't be unseen. People need to know.
All right, nameless swordmaster. Hold on to my wake. Let's find somewhere else to talk.
Aren't you even a little suspicious of what I've said?
Harboring suspicions is not my concern. My sword dances only when the Imperator harbors doubts. There's no use in speaking further. Show me your true intentions through action.
Okay, so we got the technique.
Perhaps you should demonstrate your skills
Boom.
and calm the raging black tide for us.
So now we're Castellana. Just straight up Castellana. Nope. So we were called Phainon, and now we're just called Castellana.
Light up the dawn.
Destroying everything in our path.
Oh. Nice moves.
I mean, we can literally just nuke everything. So it's not too impressive.
We just washed it away and here it comes again.
You know what about the black
The
tide?
black tide is really no joke.
Typical.
Light up the dawn. Light up the dawn.
Light of the dawn. So I can't use thingy. Where are my consumables? Which one is technique points? So many consumables in this game, you can just get lost. Free skill points. Technique points. That's technique points. Just gonna use 2 of them, just so I've got 8.
The water
Alright,
is
Hasselins.
here. The one you seek is beyond this point.
God, that
At last.
effect.
I can meet with Her Majesty Saridra herself. Are there any formalities I need to observe?
Don't kneel, don't do the hand-kissing or foot-kissing gestures of the old dynasty, and most of all, don't bow. The Imperator despises such rituals. Especially when the heads of those tall
That's literally just coral.
crown.
Pearls. There's a
She
lot of
really
sea.
is down to earth.
Aquatic
The
features.
second thing to note, only trusted ones may come near her. Keep 5 paces distance until the Imperator allows otherwise.
Sounds like an old friend of mine.
Well, experience is a good thing. Stay sharp.
I've experienced
And
this
you'll be just
over a
fine.
million times. Don't worry. Ascend. God. The black tide just never ends, does it? Aglaya and Treeby are there. Aglaya and Treeby are there. Aglaya and Treeby are there. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I can see Aglaya and Treeby. Don't tell me they just reused those models.
Duck's Goldweaver.
Aglaya?
Little hostage.
Treeby?
Apologies for keeping you waiting.
It's you.
You know them? Good. That makes things easier.
Before that, I'm more curious about one thing. Where is Her Majesty Saridra?
To avoid any misunderstandings, nameless Swordmaster. Although we spoke and laughed along the way, I never said you were entitled to meet her.
Bitch, I am the god of this world.
The Deliverer will not appear in this age. Be wary of suspicious individuals. Come now, both of you. Let's finish our job.
I see.
So, it's a
trap.
fight.
I had no intention of fighting. So remember this, Lady Hysealant. If my sword shows any hesitation, don't thank me. Thank them instead.
No,
They're
you
confused.
misunderstand. We don't want to see Chrysoceras hurt each other. Just give us some time to ask you a few questions.
Very well.
Nestia's golden threads will judge you and decide your fate.
As you wish.
White-haired Swordmaster? If what you say is true, then you must know the fate of the world. So, how much do you know about what we read from the prophecy?
Speak of Treeby's prophecy.
You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands. Is that correct, Lady Treeby?
How?
How is this possible?
And then we speak of Goliath.
He got it right?
Yes, but the prophecy never mentioned he'd appear here. At least, not in this era.
You must listen to me, Aglaya, Treeby. The Phainon of this world has not yet been born. In a distant future, he will follow the prophecy's guidance and appear before you. But do not seek him out, because Era Nova is a complete and utter lie. I will tell you the truth, and you will understand why the world must forsake the prophecy and find another path to Era Nova. Because I know both of you, and I believe that no matter how the course of history may change, the faith we all share will always remain the same. And so, the layers of rock began to reverse, and history wove itself anew. Through my old acquaintances, I was given the chance to meet the leader of the Flame Chase journey, Saridra. And after a long and arduous negotiation, we came to an agreement. The Imperator's alliance needed the destruction, and I was ready to pour all my strength into it. The spoils of the Flame Chase, the core flames, would be sealed by my hand.
His lone hand.
But the condition was this. In the upcoming battle, in our conquest of the Earth, I had to prove that my power could transcend fate.
And break the sea.
In the original history, there was a brutal war. At the end, the Titankin of Georios, Terravox, killed the rampaging Titan and took the core flame that supported the Earth. But this time,
Amphorius encountered a turning point in its fate. Neither side suffered any losses. When I severed the Titan's head and raised the core flame high, the crowd gathered around the scorched remains of the god, roaring with joy.
Jubilation.
Cheering for the hero of the destruction, who had ignited the faint spark of life for the first time. Yes, in that flickering light, the once dark path ahead seemed to become clear. I
Just
proved
a level.
myself. And in the long years that followed, I brought down the other Titans, one by one. I could do more than just wait. When time resets, the chance to change the world also emerges from the lines of history. Until finally, the brutal future revealed by Era Nova is reversed. But tell me, if that's truly the case, why are we doomed to the same outcome?
First eternal recurrence end. 2 Phainons? Castellana and Phainon.
The people kept their promise and handed you all the core flames. In this world after Trebios, no demigods were born in Amphorius. At this point, I just want to know. When they vanished into the black tide with their mortal bodies, why didn't you shed even a single tear?
Because you've seen it all.
Your indifference chills me. To you, were they just a bunch of insignificant footnotes? Sorrow has been my constant companion. In fact, with 12 core flames upon me, the fire in my heart has never been more violent. I'll remember this world through anger. As long as I burn, they'll never truly leave me. Perhaps it's already too late. But you're right. Anger, at this moment, is the only weapon I can rely on. So,
And thus the Flame Reaver is
draw
born?
your sword, executioner. I'll make sure you realize that your greatest mistake was leaving me alive.
Dang.
After that, he raised his sword and attacked. Then, Castellana killed himself. That day, who fell to the sword to be left in the past, and who went into the future, I can't remember anymore. I only remember a nymph, hiding in the shadows just out of sight, futilely pushing a stone ball. Climb, fall, climb, fall, climb again, and fall. The only freedom the nymph had was in choosing how to roll the stone. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow.
And it's just repeating, isn't it?
Sometimes resting on a gentler
It's just repeating a different story.
leaning against the stone for a
Oh,
break.
fuck.
But its choice couldn't change the futility of it all. The stone would always roll back down the slope, and the nymph would always return to the starting point, beginning again. After that, every time I reached this point in the cycle, the burning sky would cast a shadow over its path, it would nearly reach the peak at the 4th quint of curtain fall hour. Then fall to the starting point in the first 15 seconds of the next entry hour. And my efforts in this cycle would dissolve into nothing at the same time.
Recurrence 1. Subject Castellana persuaded the 12 Crisis Air to recover all 12 core flames in a peaceful way. After verification, the unauthorized access did not have substantive impact on the experimental process. Life cycles of the 12 Crisis Airs were terminated strictly in the predetermined experimental sequence and successfully loaded into the buffer. Subject Castellana regressed the extraporation process and abnormal fluctuations were detected in his mind function. Admin notes. The first devastating failure. Castellana adopted a strategy similar to Recurrence 1. No impact on the experimental process was observed. Life cycles of Crisis Air terminated normally in sequence. Regressed to exploration process. Minor adjustments detected in strategy. Decision weighing for avoid sacrifice of past companions has been increased. After verification, this judgment did not have the substantive impact on the experimental process. Same again. 15. Attempted to decompile the Black Tide for the first time, aiming to alleviate access privileges and execute unauthorized access authorization operation against specific subjects represented by the 12 Chrysos heirs. Same again. 11th attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. The decision weighing for avoid sacrifices of past companions showed a minor decline. Terminating Chrysos 133. Analysis of observations from Eternal Reoccurrence 83 to 133 indicates that Subject Castellana's strategy is gradually converging with that of Eternal Reoccurrence 42. Over-synchronicity risk detected. Potential cognitive function degradation suspected. Admin notes. This will undoubtedly reinforce the Iron Tomb's destruction vector. Within expectations, no intervention required. Continue observation. Recurrence 134. Until the end of the world, oh my god. Show me a reoccurrence. Over a million reoccurrences till the end of the world. $134 for eternal reoccurrence.
Absolute nonsense.
Yes,
I
Alexa?
thought cycles was the answer you were looking for.
No. It's just that the answer came so suddenly. There was no fun in tracing it back to its roots. Eons?
Rip.
Paths? What a load of nonsense.
I can't give you an exact explanation of those two concepts either.
Enough. I'm just expressing my frustration. Don't you understand? I was already expecting this. The Black Tide came from beyond the sky. And everything else is no exception.
Speaking of Black Tide, hi guys!
Fate is a strange thing. No matter how the details of history change, the Anaxa I know always remains as harsh as ever.
If the other Anaxagoras actually worshipped the gods, I'd make sure to find a way to break the cycles and crush them in their cradles. Too bad. Now only you have the ability to do that.
What's that supposed to mean? You're willing to help?
Of course.
Yes.
The core flames were meant to save the world. And in my opinion, the noble titans have no reason to refuse.
I said Titan of reason, right?
According to you, before stepping into these endless cycles, you were my pupil.
What teacher doesn't support his students?
I've already heard the same thing countless times.
Enough chit-chat. Let's go. If we run into any other scholars, leave them to me. We've all made preparations for total annihilation. Never thought someone would step in to help.
Light up the dawn. Light up the dawn.
And just destroy everything.
Light up the dawn.
You've been to the Luminary Throne before, haven't you?
If you're talking about in past cycles.
Yes.
You're already much luckier than the other students.
God, so much. So little change, isn't there? The more things change, the more they stay the same, isn't that right, Hoyo?
Hold up.
That's what you're trying to say.
Keep your wits about you. Someone's watching us.
Cypher.
Pretty boy, your eyesight's better than I thought. As for that false god who's been turning the world upside down, it's you, isn't it, white hair?
You sure do love stealing the spotlight. In the name of the Seven Sages, I demand that you immediately step away from the Luminary Throne. This is the sacred ground of reason, and no one may desecrate.
And I'm Zagreus.
Take my words back to Aglaya. I won't say the same thing twice, Catgirl.
Oh my! You won't even call me the demigod of trickery. That is just heartbreaking. I have some words for you, too. First, as one of the most heretical blasphemers in the world, you have no right to lecture me. Second, this is none of your business, Grove Boy. Step aside. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
Here we go again. Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Core flame thieves. You really think you can scare off a sage of the grove with nothing but empty threats?
This gloomy little brat's got a sharp tongue. Ooh, not bad, not bad. I kinda like you. As a return favor, please come search this core flame right here. Aw, don't cry now.
That was close. I'm out of here.
We gotta turn back time. Why are you giving us a tutorial again?
They're exactly like all the past ones I've known. Cunning. And yet so naive.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Of course. When I first set out on the flame chase journey, Lady Treby never managed to teach me Orynyx's miracle. But along the way, I learned a thing or two.
Turn back.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
The Venerationists' foolish inventions finally come in handy.
How is this possible?
You
Just get good.
Zagreus. Always so punctual.
What? Do you know who I am?
I'm running out of patience. So I'm not going to waste words. Listen up. Spirit Thief. Hand over the core flame, and let's pretend we
And he'll
never
die.
clashed. This way, you and this world can still be saved.
Barely.
Save? You sing better than any bard. If you ask me, you're the greatest disaster Amphorius has ever known. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a mortal body. Carrying 12 core flames? Don't make me laugh. You'll just get consumed by the divine flames and drag this world down with you.
134.
What?
This is the 134th cycle I've lived through. And the number of core flames I carry is
1,596.
Yes.
1,000 core flames and just a single Chrysos heir. How is that even possible?
I've come this far. And that's proof enough.
But someday you will burn to the ground.
Of course. The divine flames will eventually consume my eyes and blind me. But before that, they could still forge and sharpen Dawnmaker. Now when I cut open your stomach, you won't feel a thing.
You...
This is the final warning.
Jeez.
Fine. Assume this world holds 100 million possibilities. And no matter how one looks at it, 99,999,999 of them all point to outcomes of certain destruction. Even so, I'll use my divine power, despised by the people of this world, to achieve that 1 in 100 million possibility.
Bartolos!
Brat, if you've got the guts, you'll have to first step over my dead body.
Battle time.
This little brat is not a threat we can deal with just by ourselves.
The future will come! Existence is of no consequence. For tomorrow! I can't let them down. The future will come!
Boom. Just short.
How absurd.
Just sort of going God.
In my memories, Zagreus always meets the same end. Over and over again.
Rest in peace,
Their
Zagreus.
departure no longer stirs anything in my heart.
This reason core flame before us is a fake. Obvious as day.
I know. I know. It always plays out like this. The Spirit Thief covers for her, and the Trickery Demigod escapes with 2 core flames. And then, driven by defiance or hatred, she decides to stand before me once more. Exactly like the countless past hers I've known. Cunning. Yet so naive.
Since you've witnessed the same scene play out countless times, tell me, will you carve the trickery core flame from my chest now?
That depends on your attitude. At least so far, in the cycles where you've asked this question, the endings haven't been so cruel.
Well, thank you for that. But I also believe that this time, you won't catch up to me. No one can catch up to me. I'm no longer running to escape anymore.
Whether you believe me or not, I'll still tell you this. You've made the wrong decision.
All right, then. We'll see.
Silence.
This is new.
One-eyed boy. What are you trying to pull now?
I'm sick and tired of this shit.
Cythera, give us some time in private. This isn't for her, but for you. You've walked too far down this path. It's time to discuss a possibility. Maybe the road you're walking is not one of salvation, but one that will simply drag the world into the flames. For old time's sake, turn back. I don't care how many times you've tried, because there's one thing I'm sure of. Your Messiah complex has turned you into something no different from the icy gods you spoke of. The children of humanity you swore to save. They are no more than ants to you now, aren't they?
Of course. I've been wondering, what kind of demon could burn my homeland to the ground in an instant without batting an eye? Now I have the answer. It turns out that fiery demon has been fantasizing of becoming this world's deliverer.
I don't want to argue anymore. No matter what I say, the outcome won't change. Make your biggest effort to resist, or accept fate, and hand over the core flame to me. Even if it's futile, we all have the right to choose.
Yes. Even if it is futile, and the world is just a divine joke.
Divine joke, yeah.
When I walk into the destruction ridden by the gods, with my own 2 legs, you will witness. Even the smallest footnote still leaves a mark in this story.
And so, at the end of the 134th cycle, the Traveler and the Scholar fulfilled their fates once again.
It just
Or
ends the loop,
perhaps it
doesn't
wasn't
it?
just they who fulfilled their fates. I can't quite remember all this. In the endless darkness, for no
I think
reason,
that we, as the Trailblazer, have got to do
voice
something,
always
right?
lingered by my
Because before this whole new cycle
Losses are a
of
constant
infinite loops
on the
started,
flame chase
we were in like
among which even life
I guess like
itself
a
holds
Shadowverse
value.
of all the new possibilities happening. So now we have to try and change it.
Such a familiar end. It happens in every journey. Always the same.
Always the same. 103rd attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. Decision weighed for avoid sacrifices of past companions approaching 0.00018 over synchronity risk detected. Life cycles of the 12 crisis heirs terminated in sequence. Caslana regressed. The extraplorarial process has failed, terminated. The trend of acceleration noted. 5,297. Note, subject strategy now nearly identical to Eternal Recurrence 42. Mind function degradation detected with possible irreversible damage. Administrator directive received. No more problems about the risk of mind function damage. Oh no. Phainon. 1,367 for temporary layer. Deceptive core layer has failed. Failed. 108,610 attempts. Holy shit. 108,642. 33 million reoccurrences till the end. Oh god. Ton of recurrence number. That number.
You don't look so good. Deliver.
Hey, Mighty.
Even after going through 108,642 cycles. Mighty, your name for me has never changed.
Mighty.
Why do you sound so pleased? It's a derogatory name.
Yeah, I know all too well. You only meant it sincerely in the first cycle. After that one and only time we walked side by side. Every time since. It always ends up like this. Dawnmaker will stab you through your 10th thoracic vertebra. That's your weak spot, and the only way to kill you.
Interesting. Tell me, when the mighty Moses of the past faced you, did they ever retreat?
Never.
Then they died honorably, worthy of the name of strife. But there's still tenderness in your eyes. How pathetic.
Because he doesn't want to do it. He has to, but...
I have to remember how this feels. Remember that I was once human. Or else the destruction will completely consume me.
If you win, tell the mighty most of the next life. This person is a worthy opponent. So always remember to give it your all and never slack off.
I'll keep that in mind. As always.
Even though the dynasty is left with just one, the Kremnos festival will continue as usual. I, the king of the Kremnoan Legion, will host the final feast in the center of this arena, and the prize will be the flames of strife. One day, you shall die with a wound in your back. That's what I saw when I overcame the trial. The gods' dying ramblings. Enough. You've probably heard this thousands of times. So you must understand, facing the demigod of strife means there's no way you'll take this core flame in peace.
I understand.
Step forward and face me in a final battle. I, the last son of Gorgo, the demigod of strife, salute you. I'll give 10,000 scars and 10,000 lives of mine to fuel the blazing sun of deliverance.
Gosh. We're just seeing all of them. Every instance that it's happened, every battle, and it's just switching. And now... sacrifice.
Behold! The last Kremnos festival has begun. And will not end till death.
Time to temper myself. For tomorrow!
Conquer this world, or be conquered by me.
As you wish.
For the sake of fairness, let us go to a vaster battleground.
Oh, glory. I salute you.
That's all I ever wanted.
Judgment.
Quench the flames of blood.
Torture. Chaos.
Is that all? For agony! The flames are not strong enough, so without substance. Empty shell. Sun tear the sky! Is that all?
We die. If you can, deliver. Use the flames of your fury to scorch your own flesh.
Quench the flames of blood.
Just get as much as we can.
Rend it with strife. Is that all? All stars burn to ash. Hail the new dawn.
Oh, we just locked into God mode. That's cool.
Quench the flames of blood.
Torture. Chaos.
For agony. Empty shell. So without substance.
Judgment.
Tear the sky. Mighty Moose. Let strife decide the outcome. Let this burn.
Well fought.
How many times has he gone like this?
In your next life, I shall once again block your path.
Mm-hmm. And the cycle repeats.
Deliver. I wish you eternal victory.
The 108,642nd core flame of strife fell into the fire.
Once again.
Yet the shadows of
Things
the black
repeat.
tide still loom, and pain and despair spread across distant lands. The blaze was still not enough. It had to be fed. Even if it meant burning this body to ash.
Once again. 31 million recurrences. Oh my god. It will never end, will it? 2 million second recurrence.
No matter how bright the sun is, there are still places it cannot reach.
Oh, you have to fight
Moreover,
Crassus and Pollux.
The sun you bear is both cold and blinding. A sun like that surely cannot bring warmth to the nether realm of the next life.
Golden blood is born from the destruction. We have long since lost the right to seek warmth. Only by feeding the flames can we melt that hopeless future.
Allow me to ask, how many core flames do you carry now?
24,041,183.
Such a heavy burden. So that's why you've turned into this. A broken idol. Tragic firewood.
No matter. I will bear this burden. As long as you hand over the core flame of death.
I must refuse. As the demigod of death, I cannot watch you walk into a fate more cruel than death.
But this way, the past, present, and future will never again suffer unnecessary death.
This is how the flame ring was made, isn't it?
Indeed. You are not the Phainon I know. Please turn back. Don't let that absurd and unjust fate of yours come to pass. This way, at least my realm can still become the fragrant bed where you fall asleep.
In the end, still, it seems the clash of blades was inevitable.
How painful. I know I am not your match, having fallen under your sword countless times. But even so, please understand that my resolve is not to be underestimated. Even Cathay cannot shape all things at will, nor can they dictate the fate of all life. No one can shoulder the balance of life and death alone, not even a god. And it is precisely for this reason that I chose, at the end of this arduous journey, to overcome the trial and take the authority of death.
Wonderful.
I am the hand of shadow, Casterus, the demigod of death. Listen closely, deliverer from days past. Please turn back. Do not disturb these fresh flowers in their muddy deaths.
But we gotta do it. We face bollocks. We gotta just face everybody.
Crossroads of life and death, the giant dragon is but a shattered shell. Yet I must still fight, defending what hope remains.
It's time to temper myself. The future will come.
I ask you to rest here.
I must transform my soul into a raging fire. Must burn that idol of destruction to the ground.
He's trying to kill Nanook?
Tear the sky!
All of this. How is it any different from that little future?
Empty shell. So without substance. Hail the new dawn.
I can't keep him here.
Clearly not. Because I'm the god.
All stars burn to ash. Quench the flames of blood.
Even if I can't win, I must try.
And time again.
See that the firelight in the darkness is not.
The core flame of death was taken from the dragon's belly. What a brilliant flame.
What color?
It should shine upon all, light the path ahead, and illuminate the dawn of Amphorius that's to come.
But you don't believe that.
2,003,432 cycles. 24,041,184 core flames. As if even the deepest abyss of primordial chaos could be burned away.
And it continues. 29 million. 400 million and first reoccurrence for sure.
You're here, as always.
As always.
You're still lingering, deep within me, never fading away. Because you haven't completely abandoned hope. Am I right?
That's why he's still here. You still need him
for a miracle. For the true hero to come and save us. If that thread of hope exists, it must come from beyond this world. From the true starry sky. But if it's just a traveler with no connection to Amphorius, they may not understand our struggles, nor be willing to join this fight. Your thoughts are wavering. The mark of destruction is deepening. But even within the gods' cold calculations, unconditional courage and goodwill still emerge. So, never forget what set you on this path. How many times has it been? Remind me again. My memory is a bit fuzzy.
It's even getting too much for him to remember.
4 million.
Exactly.
Then that blaze inside of you must be burning hotter than ever. Yes. When I first forged the 12 core flames into one, I had the same impression. The destruction. A power unlike anything before surged within me. Violent flames ready to tear my body apart and consume this world, this wretched prison. I thought that was it. The ultimate power which nothing could surpass. And yet no. This fragile body holds a staggering 48 million core flames.
He's becoming the Flame Reaver.
I suppose
Just
it
crumbling bones, yeah.
Perhaps just a fleeting 10,000 years. Before it's reduced to nothing but charred, crumbling bones. And when that happens, your long struggle will finally come to an end. No. I've already found a way to keep the cycles going. Mind sharing it with me? In every new cycle, a new me is born. All I have to do is push the next Phainon to the end of the world. And then...
Just repeat the cycle.
Then he'll kill me. Shatter this body. Take my flames, my memories, and carry on the path I started. Bold plan, but risky. What if, one day, the next you refuses to follow the same path? how can you ensure the continuation of the cycles? If it were Professor Anaxa or Aglaya in my place, maybe they'd come up with something smarter.
Who knows?
Unfortunately, I don't have a backup plan. I have no choice but to bet everything on the next Phainon. And trust that he makes the same choice I did. But even in this wretched prison, luck is still sometimes on my side. Because I never forget what set me on this path. Wait, you mean... Ever since I committed to this plan, not once, in millions of cycles, has there ever been an exception.
Was it Celine didn't get rid of time? 9 million, fucking Christ! It's just gonna be the same again and again. A constant loop! 23 millionth eternal reoccurrence.
I can do this, Lord Phainon. As the demigod of the sky, a healer of Twilight Courtyard. I will heal you, and then...
The black tide. It's consuming you. You can't hold out much longer, demigod. Hand over the core flame. Let's put an end to this suffering.
Now, that just won't do. A healer should stay composed in front of those suffering from illness. Shouldn't they?
Hyacinthia.
Here we go again.
I swear, your deaths won't be in vain. Just as they have never been.
Bring tomorrow to this world. The sunrise.
The sun's work.
Oh my gosh. Everybody's dead. Everybody's dead. Hey, Hyacinth.
I believe in you. You are the Chrysos heir of world bearing. The one who can lead us. Lead this world. It's just... I don't understand. Within the sun upon your shoulders, the part of that warmth that should come from you, from an ordinary person, it's so faint.
My humanity is indeed just a flicker, compared to the blazing fire of divinity.
Even so, don't cast it away.
I never have. I have kept everyone's wishes close to my heart. Even though the divine fire burns so fiercely that every time I return to the start, it devours me in an instant. Each cycle, it's your wishes that guide me to the end. That pass the flames to the next me. Over and over and over again.
So, you're not just a lone spark in the dark. You're a pyre built from the bones of all the selves you've left behind. But what about you? What about your wishes? The wishes of all the countless versions of you.
Lost, aren't they?
Lord Kazlana, So that's how it is. Without flaw. That is the flaw the golden blood gave you. The most fatal flaw of all, isn't it?
Perfection.
The moment you took the world upon your shoulders without hesitation.
Everything's popping in.
Lost the chance to ever be yourself.
Now that is an unexpected revelation. And I suppose that makes me the perfect fuel for the flame of deliverance, doesn't it?
No. An empty flame saves no one. But I still believe in you, Deliverer. I, Hyacinthia, the Eye of Twilight, am neither strong enough to command the wind and rain, nor willing to end this absurd struggle by letting the sky fall. The only thing I can do is become one with the sky itself. And then, may the gentle colors of the rainbow paint your sun in shades it has never known. May they bring Amphibious, a rosy-fingered dog.
We're gonna have to fight. We're fighting. So far, we fought every boss of Amphibious.
Though the light has grown dim, its warmth still lingers. Deliverer, please, open your heart to me.
Let this blazing sun fill the sky with golden fire.
Well, just going through the motions, aren't we? I don't even know what we technically have. Arcadia Woven Dreams. So we have Arcadia Woven Dreams, but we can't see the equipment. Dang.
Fire! Burning!
Hear the sky! For agony! Hail the new dawn!
I think we're gonna be using this one against Hyacinthia somehow. Nook!
Let the sky merge with all this world's suffering. Tear open the sky! Farewell, Hyacinthia.
Oh. God.
Yes. Your sun burns hot enough to turn everything to ash.
Now you're burning yourself to ash.
How will the seeds of a new world ever take root?
I can't.
The core flame rose. The sky fell. The 23,570,000th cycle came to an end. And this time, the end of the flame chase remained the same as ever. From the horizon rose a golden color unlike anything the world had ever seen. So pure it consumed all in its path. This was the end of the world, and the start of the next. moment, I saw the destruction of the universe. That being known as Iron Tomb, its will to break free from the black tide burns fiercer than the blazing sun. Is this Amphorius's wrath? If its choice has already been made, if fate is set in stone, I will still never yield to it. 23,570,000 cycles. 282 million.
Jesus Christ.
840,000 core flames.
The determination of going through this.
No more chasing is needed. And now, I am the fire at the end of the long night. The flame chase isn't some quiet walk through a sea of flowers. It's a revolution. An all-consuming transformation. And if destruction is the only way, then let me be the one to step across the ashes of the old world and burn endlessly. Until another dawn rises on the distant horizon.
That was sun, not dawn.
True dawn to Amphorius.
That said sun. You said dawn. What the fuck? One eternal recurrence until the end of the world. Jesus!
33,550,337. This is the cycle you're about to enter.
He's going crazy.
Countless memories are flooding in. Countless versions of myself have stood here, facing the same choice.
They all needed a moment, just like you do. To stop, to breathe, to process the weight of 1,000,000 lifetimes worth of sorrow, pain, and struggle. And just like them, you will carry those memories and that fire into the chaos of rebirth.
The same spiel again.
I must go and bear this burden. I must say goodbye to you, and then fight the destruction with destruction.
Yes, that's always the decision you make.
I will burn and fade away. I will become the flame reaver of this life and keep my promise to Cyrene. I will kill gods and comrades alike and steal the core flames. And even if my mind turns to ash along with my body, I will keep my purpose in mind. I will stop Era Nova. I will find the next me and make him carry on this futile endeavor of 30 million lifetimes.
Looks like you're ready. Then I should be going too.
Where are you going? You only exist in my heart. There's nowhere else for you to go.
Do you remember what she said? The dreams you had as children. The deliverer in the prophecies. A real, living, breathing person.
This is where we come in.
You finally found him.
Friend.
Is there anything I can
don't
do?
have an answer for that, my friend. I'm sorry. I was supposed to send you home. This is my flame chase journey.
Well, I got dragged into it.
You were
Protagonist, you
never
know.
meant to be a part of it. No. You know the truth. If Iron Tomb is born from Amphorius' fate, then it will bring ruin to the worlds beyond the sky. And all these countless lifetimes you've spent
will be for nothing.
It's all been for the sake of defying that end, hasn't it?
So sending me away just defeats the purpose. You needed my help from the beginning.
In millions of cycles, I've said goodbye to each and every one of you. Yet nothing ever changes. Each time we speak, our words grow fewer. Your fire burns hotter, and you're getting closer to becoming pure rage.
Just like
a
the
vessel
note.
of hatred. I never had a choice. I understand. If you are to keep the worst fate from unfolding, this is the only path.
But then,
this
what is
time,
the best fate?
Things are different. Your persistence has shifted the tide. On the horizon, I see it. Faint but undeniable. The shape of dawn, breaking through the eternal night. Turns out, the fire that lights the way was never mine to begin with.
It was the Trailblaze.
Do you remember? In that first timeline, you and Mightymost stood before the scales of justice, locked in a duel. Each of you weighing what you held dearest. What weighed more than the fate of the world? And when hesitation took hold, the answer you sought from me. What am I saying? I am you. Even if you buried me deep and chose another path, that fact never changed. Then let's try again. When you stood before the scales in hesitation, the answer you found in your own heart. Do you still remember it? Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. What weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future. Good. Then Trailblazer, my friend, my comrade. You arrived in this strange world and were bound by its cruel fate up till this very moment. In the face of danger, you never once backed down. Instead, you've saved world after world without hesitation. That boarding pass on your chest is now the mark of a hero. If I choose to step through that door and embrace an end fitting of the destruction, let this sun forged from millions and millions of core flames burn me up along with the god of destruction and their minions.
Now we become God.
The world we leave behind.
Okay.
This world. My home. Where hope still lingers. Will you take on everything we've carried? Return to the beginning one last time. Stop the birth of Iron Tomb, save the world we love, and rewrite its doomed fate.
I will be the dawn of Amphorius.
Good. In that case, even this fruitless wasteland may finally bloom with flowers. So, If he takes on the weight of the whole world,
things
I'll
might
be
change.
able to walk further down the path of deliverance than a fire that only knows how to burn. One will step into the future. One will remain in the past. If I can strike down the gods with Dawnmaker, perhaps fate's deadlock can be broken. And if you can stop Iron Tomb from ever being born, then these 30 million cycles will have not been in vain. It's time to put our teamwork to the test, partner.
Let's do it. Rock and roll, baby! Let's both be the deliverer, Phainon.
Thank you for all you've done already, friend. The image of the hero I've buried deep in my heart finally steps into
Those
the
sound
light.
similar to Phainon, not gonna lie.
Here, at the end of this long flame chase journey. Cyrene, a page never seen before has just been turned. Lend me the power of time, and send this hero back to the origin of time. Back to your side. And I will walk the unfinished path, just like the countless versions of me before. Unwavering as always.
Turn back time. Eternal recurrence end.
Tell me, will you be the blazing sun? Even if all of you burns to ash.
Without hesitation, I will bear this world until my body turns to dust. Remember this moment. Remember your friends who never lived to see the world's end. Remember their final wishes. And let the purest rage in your heart rise out of those wishes. Let it consume you, fuel you, until it burns away the false sky above.
Shadow the reality.
If I can defy
Of
fate,
Amphorius.
then in the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Catholi will never forget this.
Take it. Everything I bear. Keep on burning. As long as we are never extinguished, the flame chase will not end.
Nanook. Oh god.
Bow your head to them.
Holy shit.
Take it, Trailblazer. May this blood be like gold and never tarnish. Farewell, Trailblazer. This is where I fulfill my final destiny. The prophecy of the Deliverer means nothing to me now.
Or
it
is it
belongs
completely
in the
new
hands of
boss?
someone far more fitting. Someone like you. Kaslana, the name of one who bears chaos does not belong to a single person. Rather, it is the embodiment of the mythical Kefali, and a symbol of all heroes. As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. May the name accompany you in my place, in the epic you write with your own hands.
Trailblaze, a new fate for Amphorius.
Another attempt, another failure. I won't remind you how many times you've reached the end of history, but I will still place the choice before you.
If you've lost count, let me tell you. This is the 33,550,336th ending.
A perfect number. How poetic.
All these millions.
Know the truth in all these millions of futile endeavors. Amphorius has never changed.
But it will now.
If the outcome is inevitable, then why not silence your searing rage and embrace your fate with dignity? Your silence lasts longer than ever, Lord Phainon. Shall I take that to mean the will you've carried across countless cycles is finally starting to fracture?
Fracture? No. I'm just disappointed. I've retrieved memories from 30 million past lives, and I remember every conversation before every choice here.
Perfect memory.
Even after all this time, your arguments remain the same. Repetitive. Uninspired. If you had any hope of breaking me, you should have spent those endless cycles refining your rhetoric. You had infinite chances to sway me into the future you want. And yet here we are. The score, 33,550,336 to 0. So tell me, Lycurgus, who's the real loser here?
How unfortunate. This was never a fair game. I have all the time and patience in the world. I can wait for you at the end of history another billion times, and another billion after that.
Jesus Christ, he's patient. More patient than
You will never escape
than
this
God
cage.
himself. Fuck me.
You can claim victory of the spirit if you wish, but we both know the moment that score shifts from 0 to 1. That is the moment I shall sound the paean of Era Nova.
There's a factor that's outside of your control now.
Phainon.
Your incompetence disappoints me. But what truly makes me laugh is your utter lack of self-awareness. Think about it. In this story, who is truly the one in chains? Who is the one shackled to mindless vengeance, mistaking courage, the courage to
Scepter
rebel
himself
against the gods, for foolishness? Perhaps you're right. Maybe I should have tired of this futile struggle long ago. But even so, I will never accept the mercy of your release. Because you are both a prisoner to the gods and to me.
You're locked in here with me.
What right does a mere prisoner have to speak of fate and choice?
When
What
we're all
right does
locked
a
in
mere
here
prisoner
together.
have to look upon my fury?
Swing. Head cut.
You know this is pointless. You can't kill me.
Of course not. But I am tired of being measured against a worm the gods keep as a pet. Listen well, creator of destruction. This cry comes from all your abandoned creations. In the 10th cycle, I drove Dawnmaker through the heart of every Titan. Golden blood ran down my fingers, divine fire seared through my nerves, nearly breaking my will. But I endured.
He remembers each
In
one.
the 10,000th cycle, my
Which
former
is
comrades
probably
had all become
more
my
ridiculous
enemies.
than anything.
The endless slaughter dulled my senses to pain. The painful emptiness almost swallowed me, forcing me to stop fighting. But I endured. In the 100,000th cycle, the destruction had already fused into a blazing sun, surging within this fragile body. My rationality had been burned away at the dawn of the era. Yet even with only this shattered body remaining, I still endured. In the 23,570,000th cycle, this time, I felt it. A tiny spark rising in the hollow cavity of my chest, different from the obsession with deliverance. By its faint glow, once again, no, countless times again, I endured. Now, a sun is about to fall, ready to incinerate this absurd space-time dimension in an instant. That sun is me. All the countless versions of me from the past, along with my countless brethren, dragged into existence against their will, drowning again and again in your golden blood. The very essence of this world's suffering and despair, fused into the purest hatred, the fiercest rage. Anouk, you arrogant fool! You think we were born to only serve as fuel for the fire? Fine then! Just as you wish, let the fire burn! If I was born as the blazing sun of destruction, then let you and your lackeys be the flares erupting from my core. And let this rage, burning futilely for 30 million epochs, engulf everything. And grant you a dawn where all stars burn to ash.
Fine as a fucking goat. Warning! 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 Experimental anomaly detected. Subject Kaslana failed to load into buffer zone. Memory dump irregularities detected. Illegal references. Undeclared objects. Unhandled methods. Uncaught exception. Anomaly detected. Ruction. Energy. Searching. That's Phainon as a kid and just going through all of them. continually charging through. Animated. The charts surface. And there's the Nook.
Are you ready, Nanook? I brought you destruction!
Pop off, go! Jesus Christ! Is this like some A&B shit? The Flame Reaver? This animation is gorgeous!
The glass that shattered, reaching through the darkness, voices trailing fires, echo of desires, a world of silence, sounds of desperation, phantoms in the shadows, softly down, embrace a detonation,
The Wandering Angel. Oh my god. Why are you fucking cooked? Oh my god! Holy shit! And just a slight cut? Oh my god. And it just heals up. Holy shit. And just breaks up the way into the child Phainon, and the cycle repeats again.
My wish? My wish is to fulfill everyone else's wishes.
Oh my god.
If I can't fulfill them,
then send them on to tomorrow.
Holy shit.
Your heart harbors wrath. You yearn to destroy everything. You bore the gaze of an eon and lived.
That we did.
Have stepped onto destruction's path. It is born at the end of every path that the possibility of new Iron Tomb is your name. The Lord Ravager to destroy the erudition. born in the experimental grounds of eons, Amphorius, destined with erudition to burn to cinders.
Hey, Hutter, you're doing something, right? You can stop this, right?
Prepared a present for you, Nikos 864. It is a wrath called Phainon. From the beginning of the experiment, there were 12 sets of factors incorporated into the
12
calculations.
sets, just like the 12 core
After
frames?
endless simulations, only this one rose above the rest. After 33,550,336 iterations, now his fury has grown to be without equal. This is a matter of considerable interest to me.
Pure hatred, the
This
final root.
pure hatred is the final root of the equation.
A wrath that
But
never
there
ends.
is another variable, the nameless from beyond the sky. Also a pathstrider of destruction. I give thanks for his arrival, allowing Amphorius to turn once more.
But it is a factor you can't control.
But after
a variable.
has begun to turn, his existence will become an unpredictable variable.
So you want me dead?
Perhaps the time to take the stage has come. Grow in peace until it is time to break free from your cocoon. As for those unwelcome audience members, you need not worry.
He's talking about Skrillium and
you do
Herda.
not mind, I will personally get rid of them for you.
Because we are tied to Amphorius, not them. Visitor verification. Override protocol engaged. Access improved. Hold to load data? I'll be waiting for you in the... Welcome back, Tuxek. Retrieving experimental data. Update complete. Experimental progress 99%. Log updated. Locating memory entry. Content refreshed. Track role bearer. Premium noble hatred. But refused to complete the Aranoa through resetting the experiment. It transferred its memories and core flame to its next self, thus forging an eternal recurrence to ensure Iron Tomb would never hatch from Amphorius and affect the cosmos. At the end of that loop, it attempted to destroy itself through destruction to create a logical vulnerability in the world-bearing path. It has now been merged by Iron Tomb. Time, Premium Mobile, current location unknown. Oryxis, so this is Cypher. Operates based on primal instinct and self-gratification as sole primary solution. This electrical signal, when in action, displays severe dissonance between its altruistic behavior and its Premium Mobile, even culminating in self-destruction. As a simulated path of elation, it walked into self-erasure once reaching its end. Peace. So this has gotta be Castrus, right? Track death. You have a highly suppresses deviant behavior. Decisions are based on the principle of minimal disturbance. Later stages, Death Titan as a single entity split into two symmetrical cells, becoming two factors. In the cycle, however, the two factors experience profound identity divergence. The threshold of equilibrium has breached and tipped toward destruction. Schema reason. So this is Anaxagoras. Its logic of action has been locked into problem solving. Its survival priority approaches 0. Electrical signal exhibited mutated anomalies as the first individual to uncover the truth of Amphorius. Its evolution rate is extremely irreplaceable. Its behavior also demonstrated the possible self-destructive inclinations of erudition when that path is seeking answers. Anomaly log. Eternal recurrence. Will the power of destruction to erase Phila's existence from Amphorius, introducing a logic breach in the track of time. Then infuse the catalytics of a remembrance with the 12 core flames and regress the extrapolation progress. Exact role remains unknown. Due to the external variable interference, the eternal recurrence has now been broken. Enters its final phase. Heroic figure born from the imagination of Niketas and Philia is believed to be a sign of approaching intelligent singularity, as the two begin to learn what it meant to be a real life form, and try to reach that goal. After the Astral Express arrived, the hero within began to converge with the Trailblazer. Image resemblance to the Trailblazer is striking. This is a questionable matter, for it is not a natural result of the experiment. The exact cause remains unknown. Records are completely missing from logs, presenting as blank spaces in Amphorus' history, never turning readable. These anomalies occur sporadically and randomly across recurrences and show signs of increase. The exact cause remains unknown. Mem. An unlogged electrical signal, dependent on the external variable Tuxik growing through the path of remembrance. At the end of that loop, its appearance changed to Phila's, but mother body memory data was lost for unknown reasons. Directive collect data. Initiate deep analysis of the target. Conclusion. Analysis error. Target lost. Huh. Okay. So it doesn't understand Mem. Ripples of past reverie. Just blank. Intrusion variables. So there are 3 variables, which is us, Donghong, and March 7th, because we're not of Amphorius. Names from the Astral Express, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Also a past writer of destruction, they resonated with 12 factors in the recursive cycle. This entity assumed the vacant role in the time track and successfully guided Nikos beyond the intelligence singularity. The eternal recurrence has been broken. The experiment has reached its terminal stage. Override command authorized. Granted access to Tuxik. I'll be waiting for you in the past. Waiting for you in the past? Is it Mem? Cyrene? March 7th. Warning, unknown entity intrusion into initiating scan. Conclusion, no anomaly detected. Dong Hong, a nameless from the Astral Express, scion of permanence, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Pinpoint his location, failure to locate his coordinates. Conclusion, subject has exited Amphorius. Negative, detected. Conclusion, error. Iterated. Record keeping 12 factors and 8 items learning. Cycle goes on. Locked. Batch identified as Titan and continuously engaged in loops. A special record is being maintained for it. Leora, known as Naius, split himself into 5 parts through soul rending ceremony after inheriting Warflame. The inheritance of code during iteration carries a degree of randomness. Any active interventions should be undertaken with caution. Calypso. So this is Cersei's, right? Yeah, this is Cersei's, and then record 3 must be in the various cycles of positive intent, greatly felicitated the data iteration of their successors, successfully cultivating the most excellent generation of electrical signals. Nevertheless, it remains to be seen whether their existence might have a negative effect on the experiment under extreme conditions. Base frame structure. Civilization tier and simulation critically affects statistical stability. Civilization tier adjusted to classical. Okay. Computational mechanism. Also the form through which the simulated world and forest iterates its epochs. Theoretically, the final era nova was halted by 2 signals, resulting in a deadlock of recursive failures. Basis of 12 factors. So these have got to be like the several different eons, right? Because each Titan feels like it can be traced back to an eon of some kind. When you think about it. It's gotta be, right? Golden Blood. Part of the first experimental phase, due to inorganic Kalos' choice, was selected to become a Lord Ravager by Nanook. Entities linked to the 12 factors begin to manifest Golden Blood with traits. So this has got to be Skybringer, right? That would make the most sense. Black Tide, product is a second experimental phase. At its core, not a physical entity, but the visual effects within the simulated world of the destruction's equation is infection. In the 176,100 cycle, the system extent of chaos passed a threshold, mutated and evolved. Simulated space cannot handle the intensity of its low displayed black tide as visual glitches. Infected data forms also bore similar signs of erosion. Meaning chaos, yeah. I think it's like semi-Greek? Not Greek, Latin. Conclusion. The prime mover of destruction equals the prime mover of birth. Okay. Equation oriented tomb has achieved comprehensive. And then these are just some markers of some of the cycles by the looks of it. Conclusion. Phase 2 has ended and this design of life forms. Feedback. Copy of Phase 2 was deployed across 31 worlds, though roughly 7 hours. Primary feedback was received. Okay. Designated the initial variable and based on insights from Phase 1. Okay. I'm just skim reading some of these guys because I do want to progress with the story a bit. Conclusion. Starting from inorganic life as the initial variable, and then created organic life, I get. Yeah. Will now be adjusted to organic life forms. So it started with mechanics, which is why the Titankin, they look like golem-like and statue-like. It's because they're inorganic life forms, and then we got the human life forms. To ensure secrecy must be deployed around the scepter to block any potential interference from the external universe. In addition, use courtesan algebraic expressions and a encrypted environment to fully contain experimental ripples and prevent observation by number 4 Polka Kakamon. Polka Kakamon. Polka Kakamon. That sounds familiar. I think. Hold on. HSR Polka Kakamon. if I remember correctly, Polka Kakamon is like, yeah, Genus Society member 4. Yeah. I figured I recognized him. I thought he was a member of the Genius Society. The Lord of Silence, yeah. Involved in the deaths of many society members, including Emperor Rupert, who created the scepters, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so he was the Mechanical Emperor in charge of the Mechanical Emperor's wars. So he created the scepters, and Polka Kakamon killed him. So makes sense why they know about Polka Kakamon, because the scepter was made by Emperor Rupert, who was killed by Polka Kakamon. Prime Mover of Life. Lycris's adjustments turning from erudition to destruction. So maybe Lycris was originally on the side of erudition, and then the destruction corrupted him. Over time. It's possible. The result is the anti-organic equation, which is the black tide. Yeah. So the black tide is literally just a recreation of the inorganic equation that Rupert II was creating with the scepters. Yeah, this is making sense now. So Scepter is the astral computer simulated world of Emperors. Unlike other scepters, it once served as a celestial body neuron for Nos, the erudition later discarded. Glimpsed by the destruction during its endless computation, it transcended and became the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb. Lycris, assuming the mantle of Pharaoh's administrator and prime mover of the Amphorous experiment, walks the path of erudition, yet seeks to forge destruction. Huh. So yeah, I feel like that's gotta be because of Rupert, right? Rupert II. Because that's what the scepters were made for. To basically annihilate everything. But a copy of the destruction equation infused by a scepter. Iron Tube codename was proposed by the International Peace Corporation. Oh, the IPC. The IPC. Yeah, they did develop weapons. I remember. Content update. Emperor's Saga of Heroes.exe. Content update mem.exe. Update complete. Access granted. So Dixit the writer, all Eidolons obtained. So this is the new as of written? Because of everything that's happened, right? Okay, so we have several new Siedra, yeah. I'm just gonna...
The leader herself actually dares to step forth and...
On the board, the king too is but a chess piece. If the king does not lead, how would any dare to follow?
I'm just gonna skim read this, guys, because I do wanna... I think this is story.
Hollow hatred ignited the flames of war. The besieged wall.
I'll just skip all these, because...
Perhaps on the...
yeah. I'll probably read this some other time, because that's concluded. Siedra. Center cable of contents. Mysterious foreign guest. I called you mother.
The priests of Yana.
Priest of Yanis?
Don't be scared. Listen.
This is Celine, right? Or March, right? That's why it's gotta be, right? Because this book is all the characters of Amphorius, right?
Wait.
So there's 12 characters already, right? And the Dromas, right? And that's Hyselin, right? Cypher. Alright, let's back out. Mem.exe. Bunch? Don't do that, don't scare me. Managed to appear before I'm ready. Missing a single word. Let me have a look. Not ready yet. Things have happened. I'm only ever existed in my imagination, but that precious too, so I'm tucking them all away carefully in a book. Promise me this. Only open it when I'm around, okay? If you don't, I'll be too embarrassed. Contact logs. Okay. That's more. Saga composed. So I gotta do all the sagas and then that lets me... I'll probably do that off stream because I'm not gonna do that. Admin notes.lab. That's the recording. Flame Chaser's path.exe, which is all the 4 flames. But not all of them are lit, which is probably gonna be in the future update. Right, let's close this. And what happens now?
Wake up! Wake up!
Mem!
Wake
Mem, it's
up!
Hyacin. Not Hyacin. Celine.
Finally awake. That's a relief. We were so close to being swept away by the reverse flow of time. It's lucky we found a safe place.
And adjust.
I'm going to send you back to the very start of time. But before
Turn back time.
something I need to tell you. Something very, very important.
Don't die.
That's right. At this very moment, my memories are finally whole. After
Celine,
watching
right?
so many fragments, my past is finally coming into focus, little by little. You're smart. You must have a clue now. Or maybe...
You knew the answer long ago, didn't you? Not surprised at all, huh? That's because I'm simple at heart. No matter what form I take, I've always been true to myself. But I'm glad that I remembered in the end.
No
This
regrets.
way, I'll have no regrets.
Where are you
Don't
going?
worry. We're not truly parting. Because I'm going to become a part of you. I'll turn into the memory of this cycle. The 33,550,336th Flame Chase journey. And forever reside in the heart of the Time Demigod. This way, you'll carry all that has come before, crossing time itself to reach the next cycle. My mission ends here, but looking back, I still feel lucky. After all, across 30 million
Sirenes. Sirenes. I knew it! Called it!
I was the first, and the only one who got to finally meet you. So, believe me, in the next cycle, there will be another Cyrene waiting for you. And in the one after that, and the one after that,
I will always be waiting.
I will always be waiting. Saying all that, I can finally fade away in peace and become part of you. Without even realizing it, we'd already taken a wonderful journey together. All the way to the world's end. Now take my hand, say a brief farewell, and step forward into tomorrow. Go, find the future Cyrene, and set out on another journey with her.
promise me you won't keep me waiting too long, okay? No need to say it out loud. This is enough for me. It's time to go, my dear friend. May your trailblazing journey always be accompanied by a cool breeze and rippling waves. And may the days ahead embrace you like the softest fluff, forever warm, forever gentle.
Hey.
Now, let's turn to the next page. A page
Back
that
in the water.
exists because of you.
Irony. We're back in the wheat fields!
Is this a meeting ordained by fate? Or a long overdue reunion?
Hey, and that is the story. Holy shit! There is a lot to do, I guess. Because I think they wanted... I know for a fact they wanted to take the exploration out of it so the story can just exist on its own for this one. So, yeah. We got through a bunch. I'll probably do all the reading of the chapters off stream just so I kind of know what's going on. The King of the Knights mounts their wars once more. Well, that's certainly a thing. But yeah, holy cow. Apologies for all the scuff that we have done. Well, gone through this entire stream. But hey, you can't spell streamer without scuff. So, without further ado, I think it's high time we find someone to raid. Okay, who do we raid? I could try someone new. Or you know what, we raid a good friend of mine. We shall raid Shaylin Harper, who is currently playing Hogwarts Legacy. Neato. But Shade's a good friend of mine, so we gotta... So we love to celebrate them. Plus, I think they were doing a subathon before, and I haven't popped in a while because yeah, boy, I've been busy. But yeah, let's fire up that raid. Thank you everyone for coming out today, and a special thanks to Sora Moonlight for the raid. When am I next going live? I have no idea. Work is going to be a bit crazy. I might see if I can squeeze some Shadowverse this Friday. I don't know if I will. But your best bet to know when I'm going live is to follow me on the Twitter machine at Tixie99CDVA. But if you prefer alternative skies, I do have a Blue Sky account, which is under the same handle. Go figure. And as for... I expect the several VODs I have because of the stream dying, they will be uploaded onto my YouTube where you can find all my other VODs as well as edited content. So you got that to look forward to. As I said, I don't know when I'm next going live. I'm kind of a bit busy. I know I'm working on an edited VOD at the moment, so I've got that. But yeah guys, I don't know when I'll next see you. I've been your wonderful host, and I will catch you next time, whether it's on my stream or someone else's. Take care, everyone.